Happy Monday. Welcome back to Retake the Week for the last time in 2025, I believe. Yeah, this is it, 29th. Next episode will be in 2026, so we'll see you next year after this one. But for now, we have a lot to talk about. It's been... to say it's been a long year, it makes it sound like it was a terrible long slog, a slow march towards death. It wasn't quite like that. It was a packed event, a packed year. An event-packed year, there we go. There was a lot of stuff that happened. There were a lot of changes, a lot of moves, a lot of storylines, and for us, a lot of work. And to wrap it all up, put a nice little bow on top, we need to have a nice, long look at the year. I've just realised that our layout still says Retake the Week. That's just what you're going to have to deal with. It is still technically our Retake the Week show, but this is the Retake the Year edition, where we are going to break down everything that happened over the last sort of 365 days, the last 12 months, and we are going to give out our awards. I know HLTV are about to, and everyone's going to give a shit about HLTV awards a lot more than they're ever going to give a shit about ours. But for us, we think ours are just as important. We're going to give you top fives for a variety of different roles. We're going to give you top five, including Prospect of the Year, IGL Coach. We're going to have AWPer of the Year. We're going to have member Q&A questions to end the year. Santa, a little late in Sweden, but look, it's better than
I'm actually
never.
converted to the Orthodox Church, so it's actually in 10 days. Thank you very much. Or whatever. I don't know.
As usual, Quack prefers to come early. But anyway, we will have member Q&A questions. We've got, I think, 5 of them lined up, although one we've split into 2 for reasons you will be made aware of soon. And yeah, let's get into the show by thanking our members who make this show possible, who make this show available on different audio podcasting platforms. We are very thankful for them. They also get access to certain behind-the-scenes content and access to things like the King's Court interviews, bonus videos, and of course the full live stream VODs for everything that isn't Retake the Week, the Double Swing, and Overcommed. There's not been that much recently. I have been incredibly distracted and busy with real life things, but the continued support of the members has been critical for me and for this show. So thank you very much to the members. Let's get right into this, Quack. We've got a question to open things up with. A very important question, I think, that we need to answer. Do you moisturize? And if so,
I don't
what
moisturize.
brand? This is a question from JD-CL9NW, a classic mess of a username.
Rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it really does. It's memorable.
I don't moisturize. My girlfriend keeps telling me I should, but I do not. That's about it. I couldn't name. I don't care about the brand. I'd buy something which was cheap if I was. I don't give a fuck about skincare. Do you moisturize? I get the feeling you do.
I moisturize, I think, about 10 times a year. And 8 of those times will be in winter. This fluctuates basically with how often I go skiing. Like, if I go skiing for a week, I might moisturize like 4 times in that week, just because of the dry, cold air. Like, it really fucks with your skin. And if I have a brand, technically, it's the one thing of moisturizer I bought like 7 years ago that I think I've rebought since because it expired, which is Nivea. Like, just, they call it creme, or they used to. It's just their default ass moisturizer. Like, that's what I use. I don't use, like, my girlfriend tells me I should use, like, day creams with vitamin C and UV blocking and all this other bollocks. I do not. I do none of that. It's just this default as fuck moisturizer. But even then, maybe 10 times a year.
I'm very curious why we got this question. Does
our skin look good? Because I'd like to point out, if you ever see someone who's doing a podcast on a webcam, you think their skin looks smooth, it's just a shit quality camera. Like, the lower quality of video is, or the video recording device is, the smoother things look, just because it can't capture all the problems. Add to that my pretty decent lighting setup, and yeah, you'd be fooled, I think, into thinking I have okay skin, when in reality, I don't do shit. It just is.
Yeah, I think we should take this as a compliment. They wanted to know how to look as good as we do. So the brand, well, the brand of our moisturizer is Logitech webcam. I guess is the brand. Logitech would be the brand. Yeah.
Yeah, Logitech, or for me, Razer. In any case, not a real moisturizer. That's the opening to the show. That's a very important question that we have now answered. Let's get into
Yeah, lovely.
the real meat and potatoes of this show. We're retaking the entire
Yeah,
year.
that was just the appetizer, folks.
Yeah. It gets
You're in for
better
a treat
from that.
today.
Yeah, you really are. So we're going to start with our top 20. Obviously, we're going to break down top 20 across the show. It's not going to be all in one chunk. And we're going to start with honorable mentions. For me, that's just the people I end up ranked 25th to 21st. Just a heads up. I put this disclaimer out into my Discord. I am using a pretty prestige heavy weighting on my final ranking, but I decided I would take a lot of the guesswork, a lot of the opinion out of the initial sorting of all 200 players who played big events this year by sticking them all into a table, doing some basically just some basic like algorithm, just a basic math equation to get who the best like sort of stats players are, made a top 35, and from there adjusted them based on prestige and based on my opinion and vibe. Like at the end of the day, I still included my obnoxious self-righteousness in this list. Like, I do believe I'm correct. I have made changes based on how correct I am. Quack, I know you used a pretty similar sort of philosophy. At least initially, you had a big table with a lot of numbers in it, but you've ended up apparently making a lot of mistakes. So what happened?
I still use the table. I just never used the table to rank anything. It was, well, I just put the data in, but I didn't move the columns around. I found that impractical. In the end, what I ended up doing is I sort of split the players into rough groups, and because you can get a pretty clear separation, I feel like, where, well, okay, these 4 players should be around each other. I can't really justify moving them into the next group, so then that's sort of what I ended up doing. But yeah, a lot of numbers. A lot of what I value is it is pressure more so than prestige. I have a lot of numbers. Honestly, most of what my numbers are is what is your base level stat, and how does that stat changes as we filter for what teams you're playing, as we filter for what for what level of events you're playing, where in events like group stage playoffs. As the pressure of the games increases, how does your performance change? And that's how I grade a lot of the players. There's a fair few players who improve in that regard, they got buffed on my list, and vice versa. So that's a lot of the foundation for my list, just as a preface.
Okay.
So, but yes, kind of similar, but I don't, prestige events in particular, I haven't weighted that heavily. It's more so just pressure in general.
Okay, well, I have added a good amount of prestige weight. Let's get into this. Top 25, essentially what I'm doing here. 25 to 21. Starting at 25th is where
Can I go first? Because I have
it in any order.
I have 6. No, I don't have any order, but I have 6 of them, so I figured I could start. Otherwise, you'll have to do 2 in a row, or I'll have to do 2 in a row.
Well, you can start with 2 in a row if you want.
All right, I'll start with 2 in a row. Honestly, this is one. I didn't seriously consider him for the list at any point, but I had to mention him because I think he's had an excellent year. And if I don't mention this here, I don't think he's going to get any flowers, to be honest, at all. And it's Tenier, who I have as my lowest honorable mention, because his start to the year is just so good with Heroic, where I thought, like, when he moved to Spirit, it's a lock-in. He is going to be Rookie of the Year candidate. He's going to be on the top 20 list. They're going to win events. We all thought that Spirit roster was going to be dangerous as hell. And unfortunately, we were kind of wrong, but I just had to sort of give him his flowers because I do feel like he was kind of, like, at the start of the year, even against top opposition on a much worse team, which was Heroic, he was pretty fucking insane. So I just wanted to give him his flowers by mentioning him here as an honorable mention. My 26th pick, if you will. I'm getting tired of this now. So, yeah, I don't think you probably didn't even consider him, maybe at all, for your list.
No, I had him. So, obviously, he's in the initial chunk, just the initial massive compilation of players. And he comes out just in those raw stat assessments to, like, just outside where my cutoff was for future consideration. He's like 37th or something. If you just look at the first half of the year, he probably still ends up like 30 something, like maybe 33rd, 34th, just because of the very low MVP event playoffs he actually plays in. He plays in a lot of big events, a lot of MVP caliber events for HLTV, but he doesn't make that many runs. Not really because of his own doing, you know. Got to remind everyone, all the some pious believers, as soon as he played a real opponent this year, utter dog shit. So it wasn't exactly a surmountable sort of problem for him. That's why when he joined Spirit, we're excited, we're delighted, and we started that conversation of like, technically this is rookie year, right? Like Tanir could make a run for rookie of the year. With Spirit, they make a bunch of deep runs. He's still this same fantastic 116, 117 rated, uber impactful half-lurk. Like if he's still that guy, obviously we talk about him higher, but we can't, I don't have him in my top 25, I don't have him in my top 35, just in terms of the events and the numbers I considered. If we talked about this briefly, we're going to talk about it more later when we do an actual thing for it. Talent 20, talk about just the best players, zero context, zero like credit as to what they actually played in the year. You could put Tanir in the top 20 and I wouldn't hate you.
I might. Well, okay, I was going to go 2 in a row. So this one, I'm curious if this guy flew under your radar. Because on the face of it, when I looked at this, and especially when I looked at when HLTV revealed their two most recent picks, Torji and Zertian, and how heavy it was weighted towards, their peak events were really good and were really good for the team as well. I was kind of like, okay, so this guy must have been like 22nd for HLTV then. And that guy is maybe a bit surprising. Elige, I've actually considered. Because when I looked back, he was a lot less shit in 2025 than I remember him being. And FaZe's best runs with Elige, he is front and center really good. So I'm kind of like, I'm looking back and I'm like, you know what? Like consistency was his issue, but his peaks were very high.
Yeah, so the reason everyone remembers Elige's year as terrible is because in actuality it was. Just in terms of results, in terms of all that stuff. Yeah, he has a couple nice runs with FaZe. Most of the year, though, his playoff numbers are bad for a Star Rifle. Yeah. Role-wise, he's getting, like, he's in the way of Rain. Rain's in his way. You can give a lot of reasons as to why the whole FaZe thing didn't work out that aren't just Elige shoot bad. But there was a certain aspect of, he didn't have his best fragging year either. So I didn't consider him for my top 20 in the end, but he does come in the top 30 for me. I had him down at 28. Didn't feel it was unreasonable to see him there just because of the amount of big events he ends up playing in and things like that. But it's not a good year for Elige. He's not really a real candidate for top 20 for me.
Yeah, no, and I think that's fair because, like I said, the consistency is he's not up there. But like when FaZe make their good runs, when they make top 4 in those 2 PGL events early in the year, and like when they're up there, Elige was just really fucking good, and he was really up there. Let me try to find it. Yeah, the Cluj-Napoca and Bucharest runs. He's 122 and 118. He's 0.77 and 0.74 KPR in those events. And he's got especially towards the end as well, when they had those early eliminations in Blast Bounty and Esports World Cup. In Blast Bounty they lose in 2 games. Esports World Cup they lose the first game. He's 128 and 149 in those events as well, which is an amazing start. And that's like, you got eliminated through no fault of your own in those events. So then, of course, the reason why he does lose out is because he does have the Katowice, where they're 1 game off playoffs, and he has a 101. In Blast Open Lisbon, they have a group stage exit. He's 0.91. Dallas group stage exit 1.04. There's a lot of letdowns here.
The game where he fails at Katowice is an Eternal Fire matchup where he goes utterly missing. Like he's just terrible. So Elige isn't just a victim of a bad team in that sense. He's also just not lived up to it. Not performed to the level we needed. Just to put it.
Yes, that's why he isn't on the list. But I don't see a lot of other players who have that kind of peak that Elish still did in their best events, which did also lead to FaZe having. I mean, for FaZe, it's been all in all, it's been a pretty down year. Like they had the Budapest major final, and in Austin they had a quarterfinal run with Simple. Beyond that, we are talking about PGL Bucharest and PGL Cluj-Napoca where they went top 4, and in both those events, Elish is front and center. In the Austin run, he's also like he's not in the Austin run, he's not huge, but he's still up there. He's still very much contributing to that run as well. He's not bottoming out in that one. So for that, I do sort of see like, yeah, okay, Elish, your downs are too bad for me to put you on the list, but I did consider it. And it's like, yeah, it's he gets close. He's my 25th, yeah.
Right, okay. Me at 25, I'm going to try and wind in the time on these fucking honourable mentions. Jesus Christ.
Please do.
I just have Yuri. Yuri's my 25th player for the year. This is a credit of volume, I guess, kind of thing, where in the end he ends up playing loads of big event playoffs, plays fairly well in all of them. He's actually, like, his playoff numbers are slightly better. It's fractional in terms of MVP level events, playoff performances. He's fractionally better. He had a very solid year as a guy who's supposed to be like the one role player that's not the IGL on this Furious side. I think he deserves that sort of mention. It's not a crazy year by any means. It's not going to be one of the biggest fragging years or anything like that, but he's got 216 maps at MVP events. Like, that's absolutely insane. And despite that, still has a really strong number of playoff maps. Like, in terms of, I measured the ratios of what their numbers are built up of, in terms of playoff map versus just a group stage map or whatever map. And he's slightly below average. But that's just because he's played way more events and way more total maps than everyone else. He still actually has, in total, I think, about 90-odd playoff maps or something stupid like that, which is actually kind of insane. So Yuri gets my nod at 25. Mostly a role player thing. Also, just accumulated a lot of good events.
Yeah. It's entirely fair pick. I think I mentioned before the show to you that my honorable mentions are maybe slightly more interesting picks out of the top 35 rather than a pure ranking of 25 to 26. Yuri probably should be here, to be honest, on my list. I did consider putting him on the list, but it's a lack of peaks which ended up leaving him outside of my top 20. But his consistency is really good. Like, aside from a bit of a lull in the early fall season, like, his consistency in the spring season is really good. Even while Furia weren't really doing much, it's easy to forget. The first 3 months of the year before Molodoi and Yekinar came in, Furia were, by all accounts, ass. But even through that period and going into the start of Molodoi and Yekinar, yeah, he's keeping it up there at like a 110 average. And that's solid for somebody like, as you said, is probably supposed to be the 4th best player on the team. And then when they eventually, they do win Fisher Playground largely without his contributions, but we mentioned at the time when they were winning Thunderpick and Chengdu and Blast Rivals that Yuri is maybe the main reason why I think this Fury roster has the depth it has, like a really impressive depth, because you have the clear 2-star players. You have Yekindar as like a very bit of an all-rounder. Like, he does a lot of the rough work, so to speak. But then you still have Yuri, and wow, this is your 4th best player. That's crazy. So yeah, fair pick. My next pick, this is one HLTV convinced me of this one. It's Zershan. He does peak at quite a lot of events. Yes, Zershan is not on my top 20. He does, like, his event performance correlates quite heavily with Mouse making deep runs a lot of the time. He's one of, if not maybe the biggest contributor in that sense, where when Mouse make a deep run, more often than not, Zershan is the main guy pulling them forward. Well, okay, Spinks, but next to Spinks, he's, yeah. The main reason why he doesn't make for Zershan, I feel like I need to motivate why he doesn't make the list rather than why he's an honorable mention. He has a huge drop-off under pressure. Like, his group stage to playoff drop-off is massive. And a lot of his stats, when I look at them, are just in a way empty calories, because he ends up with one of the lowest round swings in big events this year, despite having a very high opening rate and very high ADR. He had on HLTV's graphic, he had the fifth highest ADR for the players they considered. Despite that, he only gets 0.25, 26 round swing in big events. And that's overall, like I said, still good in group stages, bad in playoffs. So for that, it's sort of like, okay, he's doing a lot of damage. He should be having a lot of impact. It's not converting to anything. And that's... It feels empty to me. It feels a bit meh.
Okay, I'm not going to blow my wad on my mouse rebuttal that I had to prepare for you, because...
Oh, you'll have a chance to do it later.
Oh, yeah. I've got plenty of chances, I'm sure, to...
yeah.
And I let you, and I'll wait for it. There's going to be a specific moment where I think I'll have to just, like, you activated my trap card! And just hit you with some bullshit, because you'll deserve it at that point. But for now, yeah, sure, why not? Why not? We'll pretend I'm okay with that. Up next, 24, I actually have another role player, and a guy whose numbers alarmed me when I saw them, and then I remembered the only reason I hate this guy is because he refused to shoot people in the head. I have Zontix at 24. Like, Zontix...
Ooh.
Check his play. It's shockingly good, and he makes a far greater number of like top placings and top runs than you expect when you consider you remember most of the year now. Well, not most of the year, but you remember recently he's not played. He played so much the rest of the year that we actually kind of forget that. And he made a lot of deep runs. He's a part of their Cologne winning team. He actually is part of the more impressive parts of this team. And look, I appreciate that I was a pro Tnir, kind of by default anti-Zontix voice, because I was envisioning something super fucking insane. But in much the same way, I have to be realistic when I talk about a lot of players' years this year. I have to be realistic about his. Like, I can't make a case for the Mouse players. I can't make a case for, like, let's say a Na'Vi player, and then at the same time be like, Zontix, though, where are all his titles and MVPs? It's like, no, calm down. Like, the part of the year he played, Spirit could not beat Vitality, and his role is not necessarily conducive to getting tons of kills, but he manages to be ultra consistent, makes the right decisions time and time again, doesn't really vary from regular games to playoff games, played a large number of playoff maps, which if you played a playoff, like if you're a normal player and you played a lot of playoff maps this year, you had an incredibly difficult time, because you spent most of your time, 60+% of your time, playing actual title winners. Like, there wasn't a lot of free playoffs for most players on top teams, because despite the availability of shitty events on the calendar, most of the very elite teams just played the same events every other very elite team did. So there's no empty calories to be had, really, in that sense. There's one exception. There's a few exceptions here and there in terms of, like, specifically because of the way the year shifted. This team wasn't that great, and then they became great, so you don't get the same credit for it. But for me, I have to give Zontix a lot of credit. I'm impressed with the year he ends up having, despite all of my negativity, despite my pro-Tnir stance. In the end, I have to give him top 25 credit.
Yeah. It's entirely fair. It's entirely fair. I consider him for the list as well. He is sort of... It's easy to forget that I sort of feel like Spirit changed Magix and Zontix at the same time for Zwei and Tnir, but it's easy to forget that after getting Zwei in, they still won 2 events with Zontix on the roster. Yeah. And he's absolutely contributing in those, especially in the Blast Bounty. He has a decent playoff rating, and
the numbers are they're just fine and good for a player who's a role player on like a team that plays a billion top teams rather than, just nothing burgers. Like, if he spent half the year playing Tnir's competition and he came out with these numbers, I'd be like, I'm sorry, mate. Get to the back of the fucking top 50. But like, this is actually a more impressive resume than I anticipated coming into this. So this was a big shot.
Yeah. He did directly contribute to all 4 of Spirit's trophy wins this year. And it's not, it is by playing the Yuri role. He might not be the 4th best player on Spirit, but he's Yuri in that sense. And
he's the 3rd best player on Spirit. That's the problem, because in the system he plays,
that's the thing. Yeah,
he's also a role player, but he's given slightly more chance to get good numbers than Magic's, slightly, just by not dying quite as much. He's obviously got a better chance of doing well than Chopper. Yeah, in the 4 events they win, his worst performance is Cologne. But his playoff numbers are not that insanely bad. They're not so abysmal that you'd be like, this guy must be, hung, drawn, and quartered.
No.
And he's really good at Blast.
No.
He's really good at Astana. He's solid at the Blast Bounty the first season. It's a shockingly good Zontix year.
Yeah, I'm happy he's back. Let's see what he does in 2026. My next honorable mention is actually going to be PR of Gamer Legion.
Jesus, okay.
His numbers are great. Yeah. Gamer Legion were in at least for the spring season, I think they were in pretty much every big event bar the major, because they just sat that high in the ranking. They played group stages. On a couple of occasions, they really stuck it to some big teams. They very nearly made playoffs in a lot of more of those events than just the two they did play. Sorry, one they did play, because they did play Dallas or Melbourne. I can't remember which one. And PR is up there playing tough roles. He gets good numbers, even against good opposition. The only reason why I can't put him in is because Gamer Legion are just too far into tier 2 for me to actually consider him among the top 20 best of the year. So I can tell you right now, he's a candidate for the talent top 20 later for sure. But it is just the fact that the lack of top opposition is what sort of removes him from consideration. And but I wanted to give him his flowers for honestly, he's up there. Even in those big events, he's up there with like actual top players who have good numbers. It is just the fact that they completely disappear in playoffs. Both him and Gamer Legion as a whole. And he was a weak link in the Austin MRQ as well, which is Gamer Legion underperformed at both majors. The first one by not qualifying despite having an online qualifier, and the second one by having a stage 1 exit. PR was very weak and abnormally weak in that MRQ. It's one of his weaker events of the entire year. And that is why I'm leaving him out. But he's close, in my opinion.
I don't think he's that close. I have him. He's in the top 35, I guess. But obviously, he's just basically by default eliminated by his complete lack of playoff maps. Like, he has 8 big event playoff maps. They're all against, or 9. They're all against Falcons. They're all losses. And he's not very impressive across this total sum of those events. Also, for the year against top 10 opposition, he's a 0.99. Like, I love the kid. I think he's going to be magnificent. I think the eye test clears. Like, he's fucking awesome. So if I was doing like a just skill-based list, I'd have to consider him. But I just don't have the opposition this year. I don't have the proof against the best teams. I don't have the empirical data to back up putting PR even close to the top 20. He just hasn't played enough against these big teams, and hasn't played well enough when he has had the few opportunities to play them.
Yeah, I can see that.
It is a tidy little player.
Yeah, I think he deserves his flowers for that reason.
23, I have Wicardia. There's not going to be multiple Turks in my top 20. I don't think they had that great a year in the end. I just have Wicardia at 23. Look, he's explosive, he's talented. They've just added another Wicardia to the roster. We'll see how that goes. We'll talk about it later on the Eternal Shuffle. But for me, just 23rd is good. His frag numbers are nice. The ratings are nice. It's just no real playoff performances that are worth picking out. 23rd.
Yeah, that is. The year as a whole, it looks good. It looks like he could be top 20. Look inside, and it's kind of mid. And it's kind of the story for a lot of the Aurora players, unfortunately. But Wicardia, he stepped up for the year. I think last year he was obviously kind of his rookie year. Or was that 2023? I cannot remember, but yeah. He is a solid player. He's a solid player. I considered him as well, but it is just that as pressure increases, he doesn't get much better. In fact, he gets worse. And if Aurora had converted a couple of their playoff appearances into trophies, well, maybe it would have been different. But for that to happen, I think Wicardia is one of the guys in particular who needed to step up, and he didn't. Next up, kind of similar to PR. All right, my next honorable mention is Lato, and it's a lot of the similar reasons.
You were so desperate to put him in your top 20. All the discussions, you're like, I need to find a way.
I wanted to put him in, but he has to be an honorable mention. It is just to say, like, for me, he has a stronger case than PR in my opinion, because Legacy end up winning a like small LAN event against some decent opposition. They end up playing a best of 5 grand final, a very close best of 5 grand final against Aurora, like a side which has been top 10 for the entire year, and occasionally touching top 5, occasionally like whatever, and Lato's up there. And like the 3 players who I think could be considered in this category for the year, it is Lato, PR, Jamyoung. The difference between them is that Lato, unlike the other 2, consistently performed under pressure. And he consistently performed in their play-ins, their group stages, and everything. They had a good run in the Austin Major, like a very good run. And they do end up with that fall season run as well, with winning. Let me see if I get the order right. They won CS Asia Championships and they came second in PGL Masters Bucharest. It is just the fact that Legacy, once again, they are a bit too much tier 2. There's a bit too many play-ins. There's a bit too many group stage exits. But Lato more than any of his teammates does appear close to the list for me. But he ends up being an honorable mention in the end.
Right, so Lato is disqualified just because he played 4 fucking big events this year. Played 0 playoffs. I didn't even fucking consider him. Like, why would I?
He was in the play-in of pretty much every big event, though. Like every big event that had a play-in, Legacy were there.
Yeah, that's great. But I'm comparing to the top 20 players of the year who played playoffs at big events, who played actually tough opponents.
That's why he's an honorable mention. That's why he's an honorable mention.
It's a dishonorable discharge of mess into my ear, is what that is. But yes, let's talk about the next player on my list, who HLTV have in their top 20, and I refuse. I have Imma at 22. This is one of those cases where it's my vibe, my personal preference, my bias, my read of what I watch when I see Na'Vi play. Imma isn't doing a whole lot. Like, in terms of his actual impact on the game, I could put so many players in his exact shoes, and they get the same ratings, because he's not doing a whole lot that's difficult. He's getting heavy setup, with flashes, with perfect distractions and timings. He's just got the emptiest stats in terms of difficulty of execution in the scene for my money. So I don't have Imma in the top 20. The numbers are hard to deny. That's why he still ends up at 22. Like, the numbers are pretty damn good. I mean, his prestige playoff fall-off is a bit of a red mark, I guess, against him in that sense. And he does have an underwhelming playoff in general. So I'm going to leave him 22. I don't think he should have been higher. I know HLTV tried to be a little more numbers focused, so they don't take that into consideration, but that's roughly where I have him. 22nd is generous for my money, but I kind of have to be.
I think it's entirely fair. Imma is actually my final honorable mention as well. My motivation is that it is a bit of a typical Imma year. He does his job. He's good under pressure. He is, like, one of the places where he stood out to me is that when he goes up against top 10 teams, his rating doesn't change that much. He's actually, like, he is among the, I think, 15 highest rated players against top 10 opposition in terms of the ones I considered. And that's solid. That's very solid. It is just the fact that he has a job. He does that job. Doesn't really peak as high. Even among his teammates, he doesn't really peak as high, in my opinion. He just gets excluded because they just had better candidates. But in another year, maybe even on another team, Imma could have been in just as well for me, but he ends up being an honorable mention.
Yeah. Just too many good riflers this year to even give him that credit.
Yeah.
But I can't say anything against the fact that in group stages, he bangs out top 10 opponents. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Yeah.
With great prep and great flashbangs, he can fuck anyone up. My final honorable mention is 910. 910 actually ends up being quite a high firepower guy for the year. Great peaks, some awful lows.
Yes.
It's one of those things where I had to vibe him out a bit just because he does maintain a pretty good KPR across all events, and that kind of helped him get some nudges. But I also had to remember, like, oh, his prestige playoff numbers. Who did he play in those prestige playoffs? Oh yeah, sorry, get fucking deducted a few points for that. Like, I'm sorry. That's a very limited sample. I will delegitimize things very quickly if I feel it's appropriate. So, yeah, 9, 10, 21. Look, Mongols had in the end, it's marred by controversy and also playing some really weak events and fields. But they did actually have, in the end, some solid performances, a good win. One player at 21 and another one in the top 20, I think is more than fair considering they are a great system, a great coach, a great leader, rather than a super team in any real way. Like, we say they have good aim, but like aside from that, like, no one's pretending Mazinho and Techno are going to be up for fucking entry and anchor of the year, are we? Like, no one's pretending that.
9 plus 10 really did make it to 21 on your list, apparently. It's a solid pick. I do remember, like, it started the spring season. Yeah, it is going to be a long day. Well, you did this. It like 9-10's year. I didn't even really consider him seriously for the list, just because, like, his year rating average is just a bit too low, because, as you say, those lows are low. But I do remember early in the year, like at the start of the year, we were talking about 9-10 easily being in the top 20. I think I remember at some point in February or March when Maui did his top 20, 9-10 was in, as far as I remember.
Right.
Like, he's a good player. He's a really good player. He played really well in the major. He played, I can't remember. Well, he had that ace on Mirage that was against Vitality in the grand final.
Yeah, it wasn't a grand final. Hit that ace. Oh, that ace.
Oh, that ace. But still.
The one map where everyone on Mongols popped the fuck off and then they got utterly annihilated for the rest of the major final. Yeah.
Let's remember, at the time, Mongols hadn't won anything. At the time, that was, like, just making it to the grand final was Mongols' biggest achievement. And then they, like, the fact that, oh yeah, it's the one map where they pop off. Like, yeah, that's just another big achievement. So at the time, I'm still gonna give the flowers. Like, yeah, it's a bit of bullshit. They were never gonna win the final, but yeah, like, the lows are low. The other grand finals they play, even the one they win in Esports World Cup, is 0.92, but he really doesn't. Yeah, it really doesn't pop off a lot in those situations.
I wish I could have had him higher, but not really. I don't think he's been that good of an AWPer, and I've been very anti a lot of the AWPers this year. But when you look at his top 5, his opponent versus top 5 opponents this year, 33 maps in playoffs, he's a 0.88. Like, yeah, goddamn. Just goddamn, get him the fuck out. So 21, I think, is generous given the totality of the year. Just can't go any higher. Let's get into another question though, because we are already 37 minutes into this. That took us 32 minutes just to do honorable mentions. We are
we'll be quicker. We'll be quicker.
Yeah, try our best. Let's talk about this second question, also from the same person who asked us the little moisturizer question, JD-CL9NW, still iconic. How many trophies, if any, will Falcons win next year? It's a weird question, given we don't know the state of Falcons exactly still. Technically, we should be seeing the same 5 next year. And by that, I think it's a talented enough roster. Kyosuke will get better in playoffs. I'll give him 1 title next year.
1 title?
1 title next year. Big event, like proper title. I don't care if they show up to PGL buttfuck nowhere and they're the highest ranked team and win that. Like, I don't care. If they can rack up 3 or 4 Aurora style wins, you know what I mean? Next year. But I think 1 proper event we actually have to beat the top teams.
Yeah. So, like, you need a Spirit, a Vitality, one of those teams to be in attendance. Right. I think that's kind of fair. I can see it happening. It's actually, like, in terms of the team, it does give me a little bit of faith that we're going to get to this in the shuffle, but it looks like they aren't making any changes at the moment. It looks like Tessus is staying. It looks like Kixon is staying. It looks like everything
Currently it's all that, but there's also been enough.
Yeah.
It's just enough consternation for me to believe there could be a role player switch. Like as people have said, like a Jimmy for Tessus type move could happen. I could see that being real, But
Yeah,
for now,
there's
it's
been
not.
some news this week which indicates it's not happening. But yeah, anyway, we'll get to that later. That does fill me with some faith, in a way, because I'm not sure they would have won a title if they made changes. I'm not sure they would have won a title if they, had to bring in another player and had to sort of restart, had to sort of reset. Now they have had a season with Kiyosaki. There's a lot of positives to take away from that season. Also a lot of negatives, but there's a lot of, you've integrated Kiyosaki into the lineup. Maybe just give it another season with this exact roster. See how far you can take it. And that how far they could take it is that they could win an event. They played what, 5? I think they played 4 grand finals since adding Monacy, and they won none of them. But like we still had those. Like Vitality had to make a great comeback on one of those final maps to win in overtime.
They gave them a run for their money, and that's why I'm saying
Yeah,
it could happen. Like that one off. Like,
it was very close.
They played that BO5 versus Furia versus Vitality. They get a 3-0. Like they power up enough. Kioske is confident enough. He's not a 101. He's a 120 again, and bang, there you go. It happens. That's what I'm saying. One time.
Yeah. So in that way, I do feel like they are. I feel like they are going to win a big event this year, because again, like they are. If you do the math, I cannot they're probably only like a couple. Well, in Melbourne, they're 1 round off winning a trophy out of, like, Vitality had to do what, 6 or 7 in a row. Fuck, I said it. Shit. Anyway, no, but yeah, it could happen. I think they win at least one. Sort of depends on what the other teams do as well, but yeah, I think they win at least one trophy.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty much a little quick consensus there. Up next, we have Rookie of the Year, and we're going to give a top 5 for all this stuff because I don't like doing just one answer. I don't even like the top 3 way of doing it. I like having a full top 5 for these sorts of questions. So at 5, I have PR.
Yeah.
You're not gonna give me your 5. You're gonna wait, and then you're gonna just.
Well, I thought you would have maybe a small rationale.
Just go 5. I mean, does there need to be for every single damn thing? Like, it's some shit's self-explanatory. If you have a different one, we can talk about it. But
I do have a different one. I just want to quickly mention. I couldn't put him in my top 5. Youngster is an honorable mention.
Jesus fucking.
I think no, it's not even bias. He's one of the few pure anchor players of this year, because a lot of the anchors, they do play rotation spots on a couple of maps. Youngstar plays anchor spots on every single map. There's very few players within like the top 30 who actually do. And in that role, I think he's been one of the better ones, at least coming up from tier 2. At least move, like, in terms of anchor players, pure anchor players, moving up from tier 2, I think he's been one of the better ones. I just wanted to mention that he's cracked. His personality is fit for tier 1. I think his in-game IQ is pretty good. It is just a couple of lows that are quite bad. Unfortunately, I don't think he's on Heroic next season. I hope he's somewhere else, and I hope he's going to do well. But I just wanted to mention that. My number 5 is Jacob.
Okay, cool. Just need to just quickly. Youngstar's average is a fucking low. Let's be clear.
Yes.
And he's a true anchor. Blood, if you watched a Heroic game. Have you watched a Heroic game? He's fucking pushing everything. He's set up for pushes by his IGL every other fucking round. What do you mean he's a pure anchor?
I'm going to show you somebody did an analysis this week
the
on
spots.
Twitter.
Yes, I know who it is. It's G2's analyst who wanted to promote Heavy God as their only real anchor.
Ex-analyst.
Ex-analyst now, okay, whatever. This is obnoxious because playstyle. Watch the cunt. He's not just sat on bomb sites every round just to...
I give him credit for that. I give him a lot of credit for that. The fact that he is able to do those plays as well. The fact that he has the aim to back it up.
He's also set up to do it. It's not like he's pure anchoring the entire time. That's the misleading part of your statement. He's not pure anchor. No, he's playmaking on extremities from anchor spots with help from his IGL. It's not like he's just sat there alone doing shit. This is an absurd take. But yes, okay, 5 of Jacob. I think that's so fucking generous. Just based off, basically, he was good at the major and nothing else. That's pretty damn generous.
He's held back by a quite small sample size.
Insanely small, yes.
Low lows, like very low lows. But the way he clicked in Budapest is like, this is sort of me saying that I was wrong about it, because I was out on him. I thought he wasn't gonna perform on FaZe. I said when we did the at the time we called it the midweek brawl, but like the pilot for
the pilot for
Overcom.
Overcommed, yeah.
I said I don't think he's going to be on FaZe. It's going to be no fault of his own. He's just going to have a .90 something rating, and they're going to kick him because of that. Because a new play, like a rookie, cannot perform in FaZe Clan. I was wrong about that. He performed in Budapest. I think he's staying. It looks like he's staying, and I think he could have a much better 2026. Maybe I'm forgetting a rookie candidate, but I just
You must be.
He felt like the best number 5. I'm very curious.
If you're not forgetting PR
next. No, he'll come.
We just talked about it. At 4, I have Tanir. The grand summary of Tanir's year is he played as much, if not more, real events than fucking Jacob, and played like 3 times better. So I don't know how you've ended up with Jacob at 5.
Jacob
Your personal apology to Jacob could just be a twit longer, man. Like, it could be a tweet. Like, why are you making him your 5th just to say sorry?
No, it's not just why. It is just, it's the Tanir I was high on, and then he dropped off.
How long were you high on Tanir for?
About half a year.
Because, my God, just look at his event list. It is 80% heroic for 2025.
Yeah.
It is
That's
almost entirely real LANs and real playoffs and real events and play-ins for those events. Jacob spent the equivalent amount of time on BetClick, playing one group stage of one real event, and the rest of it is CCT, blood. What do you mean he's your 5th?
I think he has a lot of momentum in that sense, though, is that he went from sort of nothing to a major final in such a quick time as well. And
at number 3, before I slap you through the internet, at 3,
I don't think at the very least Jacob is very far off of Tanir. I don't think. But yeah, what's your number 3? Sorry, I didn't give my number 4. I didn't give my number 4.
Who is your 4 then? It has to...
My 4. Yeah. My 4 is PR. I'm just gonna say that.
We knew
Same reason why he was an honorable mention. Yeah, my 4 is PR. How the fuck is Kiyosuke your 3rd?
Because at number 2 I have a guy who dicked all the best teams in the world in the biggest events in playoffs. So I'm going to keep Kyosuke a step below that, because as soon as playoffs were mentioned, as soon as a stage appeared, as soon as a bright light appeared, Kyosuke looked like a 17-year-old. And he was fantastic in groups, dominant in groups. The playoffs have got to mean something. As much as I say for Rookie of the Year, I factor more events than I would for top 20. You know, I factor the play-ins, I factor the smaller cups a bit more. Kyosuke and number 2, Makaze, played just big events, basically. Like, there is no other thing else to factor. We kind of have to treat them like that. We got to give credit for the guys who actually did insane work for a rookie. You gave Jacob number 5 just because he played 2 okay series in playoffs of the major. Mostly it was for just stage 3. Makaze is a 120 in big event playoffs against top 5 opposition, and he's got like 20 maps. Like, that is almost the entirety of Kyosuke's playoff sample just in prestige playoff maps against top teams. So yes, I have Kyosuke at 3. Fantastic. This is one of the most stacked rookie classes ever in terms of rookies who actually not only were talented, but did shit. Like, actually did shit. Went out and played the biggest events possible and were awesome. I have him at 3.
Yeah, I have Makaze at 3. The year started with Makaze versus Kyosuke. And
who won?
In the end, I do...
Who played better?
Honestly, for the spring season, I would say Kyosuke.
Yeah, when they were online in tier 2, tier 3, yeah. Makaze won the games, but yeah, Kyosuke did play a bit better. Like, the ratings are actually near identical in the games they played against each other, but yeah.
Yeah, for Rookie of the Year, I'm very much like... I weigh playoffs a bit less here. And Makaze, excellent in playoffs. His overall is just a bit worse than Kyosuke. Like, if I'm going to be honest, is there a doubt in your mind that Kyosuke is more talented than Makaze? Like, has he shown...
Lord, no. There's no doubt in my mind Kyosuke's more talented.
Yeah, exactly.
If this was the talent, if Rookie of the Year was just pure talent, number 1 is Kyosuke. Like, even above Molodoi. I love Molodoi.
Rookie of the Year. In this case, I do think of it a bit more like, okay, this is what you've shown this year. what does that mean for next year? I'm thinking like that's one of the reasons why Jacob is very high up is because Jacob has shown good flashes, really good flashes. Mikaze, he gets below Kyusuke in that sense. Kyusuke just ends up being above in that sense for me because he just looks more. He just looks more, to be honest. In my opinion, he just looks more is the thing. So that's why I put him above. We have the same rookie of the year.
Of course we do. Molodoi, multiple MVPs, absolutely nuts. He is one of the elite 4 AWPers of the year, which, by the way, I love this year's AWPing conversations, because to me it's not so much the AWP is impossible. How could these guys get good ratings? Oh, look, there's 4 guys who are breaking the game somehow. It's more, the AWP is in this very nice sweet spot where I know exactly how good you are. I don't need to think about it. You're one of the elite 4, and you are actually a good AWPer. There's a couple guys in between who are decent enough AWPers and good enough riflers to be not embarrassing. And then you have literally just bad AWPers. Like, I watched you play. You're not AWPing well enough, especially on D sides. So for me, Molodoi, the fact that he enters that pack just instantly, off rip, insane.
Yeah, the phrase I had in my head when I was thinking about this is Kyusuke or Molodoi this year is literally just the definition of hitting the ground running, because he comes into Furia, he's instantly good and he gets better quick.
Yeah. And he's good, fails the playoffs. Then by the end of the year, he's great in playoffs, except for the major. But he's great in playoffs. Yeah. He's winning MVPs. He's perfect.
Yeah. Kyusuke for me, like his peaks, they seem like future GOAT. Like future donk rival. Molodoi, he doesn't quite have that, but he was so much better in the year where he just has to be rookie of the year, and his peaks as well. Yeah, he's up there rivaling his peak performances, his absolute best moments. He's up there rivaling the very best, the very, very, very best. It is just those more unpolished moments which takes him down in the overall, but for a rookie, I can excuse that. And yeah, next year, I think he's going to iron a lot of that out. That's going to be so exciting.
Yeah, hopefully it is. It's good. We're looking forward to it because my word, this Falcons team with an actually good Kiosk game playoffs, they'll win a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
That's the rookie, one of the most loaded rookie classes ever, as we've said, and one of the most fun to watch as well, just in terms of the play styles. Like, these guys are really aggressive, a lot of them. We had just awesome playmaking. Still a bit weird to me that 24-year-olds are rookies, but that's just how the term works. It just feels weird. But I know it's right. Like, it is right. Technically, every NFL rookie is 22 or older, basically. Like,
yeah, fucking Nick DeVries was an F1 rookie when he was 29. Or 28. That's, it's your first time. You're a rookie. Yeah.
So that brings us to another question. Now, this question is from skillezkillez. I'm never sure if I'm saying that right because it sounds terrible, but I'm like, is it skillezkillez? I don't know. Skillezkillez is my favorite way of saying it. But
I think it's Swedish, so it would be skillezkillez.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that. So, what is it that got you into CS, and especially what made you interested in following lower tiers of CS like you do and finding prospects? Then the second part of the question, also, will you be trying to work events in the next year or two? My answer to that is I have been trying for the last year and failing dramatically. As you can tell, I'm still here every Monday and not on a plane. So, let's start with the first part. What has it got you into CS? Quack?
I played... I've always been playing video games with my friends since I was like 10 or 11. Obviously, as I assume most people watching have been. There's a fair few who get into CS as a sport, which I think is interesting, just as an aside. But no, I've always played video games. At some point when I was 12 or 13, I was playing a lot of TF2, and a friend of mine introduced me to CS. We're still friends today. We still play today. It's been over a decade, and that's how I got into CS. I just played it and thought it was very fun. At some point, I sort of got the charm of it, which is how it is just the most perfectly balanced FPS game. But in terms of following the lower tiers of CS, I think it's a similar sort of interest to why you would be following lower tiers of football. And it is for me, tier 2 is a bit more of a relaxed environment. I'm not as excited about the CCT Grand Final as I am about, or well, a CCT Swiss game as I am about, like IEM Melbourne Grand Final. It's not
Big
as
fan, man. You're a fake tier 2 fan, man.
No,
I
what I
bet you
mean
don't
is
even
it's not
gamble
as
on these games as well. God.
what I mean is it's not as exhilarating. It's more so. It's very interesting, and the result is still very meaningful. It's just very. It's just not. It's a lot more relaxed of an environment as a viewer, I think, and I enjoy that. The second part is sort of similar to finding prospects. Is that I enjoy seeing, okay, trying to see who do I think is going to be good next up, and you do that in tier 2. So that's the other part of the enjoyment, is that I'm always watching the players and I'm always thinking like, okay, that was really good. I could see that, this play, this round, that could happen in a tier 1 game. That's promising. This player, etc., etc. Just wanting to be ahead of the curve to sort of get that satisfactory feeling that when Maui Snakes then tweets that somebody's going to be the best player in the world or whatever, I was like, yeah, I knew this 6 months ago. Like I've known this for a long time, and that I find kind of exciting. Because we all know what's going on in tier 1. There's not a lot of there's only so many players, there's only so many teams, there's only so many teams who can win stuff. In tier 2, it's a much wider field, it's much more open field, it's a lot more regionalized, it's a lot more exciting when they mix. Like I think this is part of the excitement, is that it's much wider, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so for me, I started playing CS first. I got into PC gaming when I was like 16. I basically only used computers for like, usual stuff like streaming. I had my laptop, YouTube, porn, the classics, right? Like you're a 16-year-old. Before then, 15, 14-year-old. I'd never really gamed on PC. I had like a Game Boy, a DS, that kind of stuff. I was too busy playing sports and reading books. I was such a weird nerd at that point. But then I finally got into PC gaming. My parents had a PC that could game somewhat. Started playing some CS. And, we sucked. Not going to lie. There's no gaming gods in my friend group. Like, there's great banter. But we grinded from Silver 1, right? Like, we were not good players. Like, I remember seeing some, like, streamer or some YouTuber I used to watch get his first ranking, solo queuing. It was like gold. I was like, that's legal? Like, that's a thing you can do? Like, yeah, if you play well enough your 10 placement games in CSGO, you could start in gold. You could start higher. I had no idea. We were ass. Yeah. We were playing with a P90 in 2013, 14. It'd been 20...
That was viable.
14. It was 2014.
Very viable.
P90. And silver especially. It definitely was.
Meta, in fact.
But we were cheeks. And that kind of like slowly... like my interest was first peaked because around the time of Cologne 2014, I'm still fresh to the game. I see this team name, Ninjas in Pajamas. I'm like, what the hell is this clownery? They won the best team in the world, called Ninjas in Pajamas. What kind of joke is this? But slowly, I'd watch a bit of like the major, that sort of level of play. And then I got into the game like properly. Whatever, I played it for a while. During COVID, I started working from home. And I start watching like 9 a.m. CS. Is what I used to call it, 9 a.m. CS. I'm talking CCT level games at 9 in the morning. And I'm like, oh, this is something I can do now that I work from home, And so I just started doing that. I started watching a lot of low-level games. I mean, I never stopped following the top end of the scene, right? But just to transition to that tier 2, tier 3 enjoyer sort of life. During COVID, especially and post-COVID, the tier 2 scene blew up in terms of the number of players playing in low-level games, the level of play in low-level games. So I remember in 2017, 2016, hell, 2015, if you ever saw a tier 2 team play, it was because a tier 1 team had needed to play an open qualifier. And Fnatic famously lost once to CSGO Lounge, a Polish mix of guys who actually end up having long careers for the most part, with one exception, I think. And that, my friend was betting on like some skin gambling website. It might have been CSGO Lounge. I made a bunch of money when that upset happened. So cough, cough. There might have been a fix on that one, but it was it wasn't really a thing. You didn't really watch tier 2 CS. Like I didn't watch it. It was terrible. But eventually, 2020 onwards, I thought it started growing. I started seeing more and more interesting players. Like I got into trying to follow these low-level teams and players. And that eventually manifested in, you know, the first ever Prospects episode when I was doing content like a year and a bit later.
Yeah.
Which was Fame, the first ever Prospect. So yeah, that's it for me. And the other part, as I've answered, yeah, I'm trying. But nobody wants me.
Yeah. You could and should do tier 1 events, I think. For me, I don't have the same eloquency.
You can just say eloquence.
This is another thing. You are a native English speaker. You
Yeah.
have a natural one-up on Pimp and Devil Walk because of that.
I don't know what you mean. I
So-
love listening to heavily accented English. I wish I could.
To
do
be
more of
honest,
it.
I think if Pimp didn't have his Danish accent, he would not be getting as many tier 1 events. In a weird way, I think that's true. But anyway,
there is an element to it where you can market it.
Yeah.
Right? Like nobody
it's
else
charming. It's
sounds
very
like I
charming
do,
in a way.
You know, like it's,
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
charming in a way. But anyway, for me, I'm way too far away from tier 1 events. So if I was gonna do something, it would be definitely be tier 2. I enjoy casting. I think I'm decent casting. It's just a thing that's so unrewarding. It's a lot of hours for very little both monetary gain, and it's also really hard to climb. Like you have to grind so hard in the casting scene to actually
You
move
have to be-
upwards.
I think the problem is there's so many people who are fine at casting. Some even good at like a lot of things actually just good at casting. Like I enjoy a lot of the tier 2, the higher end tier 2 casters. I think they do a good job. Like Tea Time and Yumi is a banger duo. I'd have them on most events. It's just to stand out from that pool, you either need something undeniable about you that someone has to promote you. Like in terms of you are so different. Lucy Loose, very different, you know?
Yeah.
In a very clear way. And that helped. Other guys, you just have to be so much better than everyone else. It's just almost impossible, right? Like in terms of casting to blow up, because you're a British guy with a nice deep voice. We've got 2 of those fuckers, and they do a great job. You know, they're together on a broadcast. We've got another one paired with the Aussie. Like, we don't need more of you.
Yeah, and it's also there's no rotation. We always talk. Like, a lot of people always talk about why some people are bored with how we have the same casters all the time in tier 1, and that's true. We do have the same casters in tier 1 all the time. It's very rare that somebody drops out of that because. Honestly, I get that. Once you're in that job, of course you want to stay. If you're good at it, of course you're going to stay.
Everyone also in tier 1 is still like, it's so sensible and stable. They're not dropping slurs and throwing shit at people, which really helped with the rotation change that happened.
Yeah. Yeah, the rotations we have had, But then it's like even like there's always going to be so many more casters who are good enough to do tier 1 events than there are actually spots in tier 1 events. So
unless you have a different caster on every game, you know, literally you pay like 17 pairings to just do every game be different. They can't repeat them back to back. It'd be absurd. It would be absurd. And that's just not how it works.
It is. Doesn't really work. So I don't want to push for that. While I love the casting, I think it's really fun. I don't want to push for doing it as a career because I just feel like that career ladder is so steep. And it's just, for me, that's bound to be a failure. So if I'm going to work events, it's going to be in the role that I already do. And I hope to work a lot more events in that way. I want to take, so we actually have a lot of shit springing up in Sweden now, like a lot of VRS lands, because Eastplay, I think, mainly have realized that it's quite easy to have small VRS lands, which are actually impactful with good teams attending. So in the next quarter, or in the next 5 months, I think there's 4 or 5 lined up, which are going to be super meaningful for the major race. And it's actually viable for me to go to all 5 of them, so I might try to do that. But yeah, that's the role. That's the role I'm in. That's the role I want to be in. That's the role I want to keep working. So yes, in that way, I will work events. I would like to do broadcast. I would like to do something like a small tier 2 LAN as a caster. I might try to do that next year, but
yeah. All right, let's get back into our top 20, as in to the actual top 20. We are now at 20. I don't think it's a pretty controversial take. It might be controversial that I have them too low. I don't know. Maybe some people think I have them too high. I actually have Yekindar at 20. It seems he won't be making the HLTV list. But I think
so, yeah.
I think 20 is a solid placing for him, given the impact he had, the immediate impact he had in Furia, the titles he won, the performances he put in. Yeah, I like Yekindar as the 20th player of the year.
We actually agree here. Yekindar is my 20th as well.
Hey!
Let's go. I didn't expect that.
You are a genius. Let's counterbalance some of the other conversations we're about to have. You are so smart, so beautiful. Oh, wonderful. Just a great man. Okay, next, 19.
No, it is for me. Ekinor. What made him stand out? While some of Furious trophies, the 4 trophies, which you might say put some level with Spirit, a lot of them have some asterisks. It's smaller events. It's they're not beating Vitality in these grand finals. But Ekinor stands out with his playoff rating. Like his playoff rating in all 4 of the in all of those trophy runs are big, and it's a big contributor. And even if his average ends up being on par with like Zontex and Mezzi, players who maybe are also the 3rd or 4th best player on their team. His average is not that far off Yuri, to be honest. He is just that much more impactful, and especially in playoffs, he was just that much bigger of a player. So, yeah, Ekinor number 20, fair.
Yeah, really good year. I mean, half the year almost, but yeah, fantastic showing. 19. This is where I have my my Torji placement. I think 19 is fair. It's borderline generous, to be honest, considering his actual average ratings and my opinion on him. But just given the volume of real events he played, prestige events, maps he has, even his prestige playoff KPR is pretty solid. Like, I still have problems with him. I think he's had a relatively bad year, and I had to, I had to fight people to put him higher last year. I feel like I may be fighting some people to put him lower this year. I saw some people who wanted him top 15, like at 14. I just think that's a bit absurd, just given his numbers and given his AWPing on both sides, T side especially. But for me, this hasn't been a dreadful year. I think 19 is fair. Do you have Torji at 19? Are we still on the same page, or have we got to switch up?
No, we are not. Torji is not on my list. I think I said before the show I'm going to be so harsh to Mouse this year because despite having a good run, I'm going to be honest, none of the players particularly impressed me, to be honest. Torji, last year I thought it was very fair for Torji to end up a lot higher than his numbers would suggest. He was
last year you had him outside the top 20, didn't you? And then I had to argue with you.
No, yeah, but you convinced me. His arena numbers were very impressive, as I recall. And that was like, wow, okay, yeah, this guy should be on the list despite the numbers. This year he is just kind of weak in playoffs, and he's so weak in playoffs. And while yes, Mouse make it there pretty much every time they play this year, I'm harsh on them because they don't do anything with it. They're like, in my opinion, they've borderline been worse in playoffs than Aurora. Like, borderline. And I expect a bit more out of Torji in those situations as the AWPer. And as a player who has been solid in those high-pressure situations last year, I was expecting an improvement. This is one of the spots where I'm sort of like... This is one of the players where I'm sort of like, I'm comparing you to last year and you got worse, so I can't put you on the list.
Yeah, so I'm not going to screech at you on this one specifically. No. I think...
Not like you said, 19 might be generous. I think, yeah, it is
maybe a tad generous.
I've
given essentially Mouse a buff in ways other people won't have. I think that's realistically what I've done. But it's also, I've credited teams who've played massive amounts of, playoff maps and top events, and that's exactly what they have done. They have played the biggest events endlessly ad nauseum. He has a huge run at Cologne to make that grand final. I think, all in all, I think it's fair. I think it's fair. And also think it's fair to not have him top 20. I mean, to not have him top 25 would start to get a bit insulting, in my opinion. But 19, I think, is fair. 18. Wait, who is your 19? Did you say?
Oh, my 19. No, I did say.
Yeah.
I bit, and I assume he's going to be at some place in these next couple of spots for you as well. It's been ebb and flow for him. There was a point in the year when we were talking about, wow, bit is so shit, and that's the problem with Na'Vi. But
it was one of the problems.
In other parts of the year, he really wasn't a problem. He really was one of the better performing players. And those peaks, I think that's why he makes HLTV's list. It's also why he makes my list. Na'Vi, when I'm looking back, this is going to be a bit of a theme. I'm wondering what the fuck went wrong with Na'Vi. Because I feel like all of their players played pretty good. They made a decent amount of playoffs. And I can't really point to like a big weakness on Na'Vi. And yet they won fuck all.
So I can. It's pretty easy to actually make a case for what's wrong with Na'Vi over the course of the entire year. They don't have a whole lot of firepower, really. Like, if you look at their playoffs, sorry, rather, their big event appearances, right?
Yeah.
They've got, firstly, the prestige events. Fantastic, right? They play all 4 of the prestige events. They make all 4 of the playoffs. They make 3 top 4s. Actually, kind of nuts. That's a great result. When you consider that, who do you think on this team is a true superstar? I mean, you're not going to have any of them in top 10. I'm not going to have any of them in top 10. Right? There's no way you've put Wonderful in fucking 9, right? Like, no one thinks they have any top 10 players. And despite that, they've managed these one-off runs that are really impressive. So the problem with them is they don't have superstar play. And in big event playoffs, they played more maps this year with JL than Makaze. And JL was a .95 in big event playoffs. Like, he had an abysmal season, the season he played. So they just lacked big event firepower. That's the real problem. I think there's a couple players on this team who deserve some mentions on this list. But yeah, they're just not stacked. When Bit isn't consistently playing peak CS, Wonderful isn't playing consistently his peak, and Makaze, you need to get into playoffs first to see his peak. you're just not going to be that impressive a team. That's why they have a bunch of bombs at smaller events. They have that one fake win. But really what makes their year impressive and why Bit, I actually do have them in my top 20 as well, they end up there is because, man, the prestige numbers speak for themselves. Like, you guys showed up and showed out at the big event, at the biggest events, not big events, biggest. Yeah. So I have to give them that.
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well, for Bit in particular as well. His Katowice, they make top 4. They only play the semifinal in playoffs, and they lose it, but Bit is a 123, 0.75 KPR. The Cologne, they make top 4 after playing the quarterfinal as well. He's a 128 in those 5 maps, 0.79. Austin Major, they lose in the quarterfinal, he's still a 111. And Budapest as well, they win 2 games, he's a 105, especially in that Furia game. He was good, and he was very good on the 2 maps they won. They are blowouts, the rating is always going to be high. But you had to get there, and if we're talking the events as a whole, he was very good in the Budapest group stage as well. So it's he's big on those peaks. He does have like some bit in terms of playoffs. He's mostly solid across all of the playoffs they've played. It is just those 3 events, which is Astana, Lisbon, and EPL, which I think is why we were saying that Bit was one of the big problems. Because there he is abysmal.
Post-Kato, they just shit the bed collectively. Yeah. But just Bit especially is just a sore spot.
Yeah. But then he's back. After Austin Major, he's back. And he's he's up there. Like, he's, aside from ESL Pro League, where he's a 103. It's 1 playoff game. Aside from that, he is above 110 in 5 out of the 6 events in playoff rating they play after Austin. Which is, including Austin. That's good. That is really good. That's better than, I'd say that's better than Torji, and that's why Bit makes my list and Torji doesn't.
Yeah.
Who's your number 18?
Yes.
No, it's fine.
I am such a little simp. I got a question in my DMs from my girlfriend, and I was like, yes, got to answer now. Definitely not doing anything that I could ignore this for. I got to answer now. Have to answer. So yes, my 18, is that where we're at? Yes, my 18 is Nico.
Yes.
Pretty awful year. Still actually all right. You know what I mean? Like, with the MVP, the EVPs, the fragging output, the rating, it's terrible for the greatest modern Counter-Strike rifler. But it's a bad year, and I have to keep him this low. I mean, most players don't make 3 HLTV top 20s. The fact this is like his 9th or 10th in a row, and he's now finally outside of like the top 6. Yeah. Sorry, Nico. I'm just not good enough this year. Need to be better in the prestige ones.
Yeah. It's fair. It is a down year for him. It's fair for this to be his worst top 20 placement ever. He's still up there. I think I have him a bit higher still, so I'll get to him. But it's somebody said at some point this year that the Choco moniker, like somebody said to me this year that the Choco moniker wasn't apt for his career, but this year it definitely was. Like, he dropped off when push came to shove, and the fact they
when
didn't
the lights
make...
were brightest, he fucking melted, and that was a problem.
Yeah.
Prestige events in general, he's a 108. Prestige playoff, he's a 96. 0.96
It's one game,
on
but yeah.
2 maps. That's the problem, though. He's a 0.96 in 2 maps.
Yeah.
Like, he actually played 1 series, which was bad. Across the year, he's a playoff dropper a bit. So is almost everyone. It's not that.
Yes.
It's not a small drop, but it's not a huge drop. I
No,
still like Nico this
don't
year. I still
expect it.
think he has value, but yeah, this has not been a good year.
No, and especially when you're playing 5 grand finals in a year. Sorry, 6. I think they played 6, to be honest, because they played the PGL event as well. You play 6 grand finals in a year, you win 1 of them, and it's against G2 with, dead team Monacy. We already knew fucking Senpai's was coming in and everything. That's the one you win. That's like those grand finals, the 4 straight second places they had, he's 0.97, 0.90. He has a 118 in Pro League, but a 0.81 in Blast Rivals. I'm not saying I expected Falcons to win those, but I did expect Nico to at least be a much
Put on
bigger
a show.
contributor,
Yeah,
so.
I expected Kyosuke to choke.
Yeah.
Maybe Monacy be iffy because he had a bit of an iffy grand finals year.
Yeah.
I guess. But
Yeah.
he was too old to be still like this, but he is. So yeah, 18. Who's your 18? Is it
My 18th. HLTV seem to be in love with Mouse this year, but I am just a hater. I have Spinks in my 18th, and I don't have any other rationale other than the fact, yeah, you play fine. He doesn't stick out to me, and they don't win shit. This may be my most controversial pick.
Where's the soundbite? Where's the soundbite?
And playoffs again. Playoffs. They're shit in playoffs. They're all shit in playoffs. Spinks was shit in playoffs last year. He's still shit in many of their playoffs. That's why they don't win. We talked last year. Problem with Mouse. Yeah, they're good, but they all choke in playoffs because they're all fucking teenagers. They sign. Yep.
Is the man retarded? That's the question we all have to be asking ourselves. Like, I'm not sure that even came through on broadcast. I just had to listen to it being said again because, what do you mean Spinks is 18th? What do you mean?
That's where I put him.
my
That's where I put him. He doesn't impress me. He doesn't impress me this year.
Okay,
He's 111
I'm going to save it.
in the year as a whole.
I'm going to save it. Because I'm still not going to activate my trap card, my magical pink trap card, until we get to the point where I need to. I'm going to save it. Just going to hold it all in.
KPR is mid, ADR is mid. His round swing, decent, I guess. Playoff rating, bad. Group stage rating, huge.
We'll talk about it. 17. That's where I bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's where I bit.
Yeah.
I bit 17.
Yeah. It's fair. I have Wonderful, which I think is for similar reasons. We have Navi. We already talked about Navi's here. We talked about their peaks. Wonderful, I think, is Navi's best player this year, and so that's why he ends up here. I don't have JL or Makaze above them.
Yeah, funny enough, JL is not going high. Makaze, there is a funny case to try and make on the tiny sample and those playoff performances, but like, no, realistically, no, he shouldn't be on the top 20 this year.
Yeah.
As banger as those games were. So yeah, no, I think I'm okay with you putting Wonderful here. I have Wonderful higher, but it's not by that much at all. It's just I do have him higher.
Yeah. It's again the prestige events. That Budapest run is insane. He's solid both in Katowice and Cologne as well. Maybe slightly less than Bit, but then in Austin he's also better. It's just a good year for him. And honestly, last year, I think consistency was his issue. That was one of the things I criticized him for anyway. Like he couldn't really consistently have that output.
Really big problem last year was. I remember I did a whole graphic about it. I talked about it on Snake and Banter. I think it was last year that I did this. He was as likely to finish below a 0.8 as he was above a 1.2 last year. Like his distribution of map ratings was a perfect rectangle, and you're like, what the fuck is even? What are you doing? So this year much more consistent, much better.
Much
pretty
more
good
consistent.
in their big event, their prestige runs, really, that the ones we've been harping on. Plus has some better runs where Bit fucking disappeared. So yeah.
Out of all the events they played, he only has 2 of them that are below a 0.63, which is not a very high bar, but most of them are 0.7s, 0.8s. Even as like the Swiss stage of the Budapest Major, it's only 4 maps because they stomped it. Sorry, the stage 2, he's a 101. That's a good peak, and it's very good for Wonderful. My highest placed Navi player maybe should have gone higher given the next 2 players I have on the list, but
Yeah, he should have, because
Yeah.
you've done some clownery after him. At 16, that's where I put Xertion. I put Xertion at 16. I have Xertion ahead of where you put Spinks, which is, we clearly have very different interpretations of Mouse's year.
I'm just a mouse hater. I am just a mouse hater,
and that's the reality. Xertion at 16. Who do you have at 16? Because remember, we're doing up to 16, then 15 is the next section. So there's gonna be a whole like other thing in between your 16 and 15.
Yeah, I wrote like small motivation speeches. I haven't been reading them out, but honestly, okay, I said before the show, 19 of my picks I think are valid. This is the one that I think is mostly for the motivation I wrote. So, just like in Falcons fan fictions, it was hard for me to separate Kyosuke and Nico. But yeah, in the end, despite near top 5 level statistics, he's got a high level against better teams. It's a tiny sample size. Total map count. Not a lot of playoffs, not a lot of prestige playoffs. He has to go lower. Kyosuke is my 16th. He shouldn't be. But in the end, I didn't weigh the sample size as much, like as heavily as a detractor. So when I was sort of between Kyosuke and Nico at this point when I was making the list, and I was thinking, well, Nico has got a whole year. He has that MVP performance despite not winning. He does have that one trophy in a smaller event. Like, Kyosuke is that much, like, significantly better, but he has to get dropped, like, almost 10 spots from where his stats suggested he should be because of the map count. You put him outside of the list entirely because of the map count.
Yeah.
But he could, if he played the full year with these stats, even without prestige playoffs or whatever, I honestly might put him 7th. So I'm dropping him 7th or 8th, but I'm dropping him way down because of the sample size. But this is where he ends up. And I did want to make the joke about separating Kyosuke and Nico.
He's played 74 big event maps the entire year. He's barely played. Like, he's barely played. He's played a few playoffs that are okay, a few playoffs that are bad. He comes out to a 104 at big event playoffs. Like, that's just forgettable. Like, for a guy who's barely played any and hasn't necessarily, played the biggest ones, because he hasn't played any prestige playoffs. He played one prestige playoff game, of course. It's just not a very impressive run. And let me recount to you who's played in prestige playoffs, or big event playoffs rather, this year. 8 maps of Furia, 5 maps of Vitality, 5 maps of Mouse. 3 maps of 3D Max, 2 of Aurora, 2 of Pain, and 2 of Spirit. Like, he's barely played anyone. And I don't feel like he deserves to get mentioned on top 20. He's a great rookie, had a fantastic rookie year. This is way too high. Way too high. I can't agree with it. But I'm going to save again my greater spiel, my greater consternation for later. Because we do have a question now. Remember Q&A. This is from Sid, with a couple D's and a H.
Thank you, Sid.
What do you think is the future of Tier 1 national teams besides Spirit, then brackets, Mongols, Aurora, and Astralis, maybe? So those teams that are not Spirit. So national teams that basically aren't Russian. Do you see any of them going international? With the domination of international teams, can these sorts of teams even remain competitive? I think Mongols stays national. It's in the name. And also they have quite a thriving little LAN scene, still producing a lot of little young talents, still producing up-and-coming players. I mean, we've seen Tikwack already debut and put up some decent numbers. So, yeah, I think the Mongolian team stays national. Aurora and Astralis. Aurora, it seems, will stubbornly refuse to go international, even though their route to winning events is Wicardia, Xantares, Woxic, plus international IGL, plus international role player. Instead, they're just going to be like, what if we had 3 Wicardias? And that's going to be their future, it seems. So they will continue to struggle, but they should go international. And Astralis, I see them going international. It's already been rumored they will. And
I think they said outright.
They have said outright they're looking to go international. It just makes sense. They are not pulling from as talented a pool, and they're not as violently nationalistic as the Turks are. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the top 5 full national teams, if you were excluding Brazilian and Russian teams, which I think is fair because there's just a much bigger talent pool there, where sticking to the language which is in English is actually viable, and to remain at a top level. Mongols, Aurora, Astralis, Bait, and 3D Max, I would also consider, just in terms of who are in that category. Mongols, I think stay national. I think they stay competitive. I think they would have a hard time transitioning to an international lineup. I think, not necessarily that any of them in particular are like bad at English or whatever, but it's I think it would be a bigger shift for them than some other teams. Astralis, I think, will have no issues going international. I'm not sure they will stay at the same level. It depends on what players they get, but I don't think there's going to be like a big cultural thing there. I think 3D Max and Bait are screwed. Like there's a time limit on how long they can continue, because I just don't see what roster changes either of them can really make. I guess Bait have some options because there's
I was about to say, the Ukrainian
there's...
scene, having a Ukrainian team that can contend in top 15 isn't crazy at all. So I'm not really too worried about Bait. But 3D Max, yeah, they kind of had to go international. Sorry, lads,
3D
you
Max
gotta learn
don't
English.
have an option. Yeah, well, yeah. So that's tricky. Aurora is the tricky one because we've been saying. For me, Aurora is the tricky one because we've been saying all year that they should go international. I don't think they do. We at this point we know that they've swapped Jota for Soulfly, so they won't. I heard a fucking rumor that somebody else was gonna call as well on Aurora. The Turkish scene rumored that Major is gonna stay on the team but not call.
What the fuck?
So, yeah.
Anything to stay Turkish. Anything to stay Turkish.
Yeah.
And as we know,
Aurora is,
these are some young Turks, so they will do anything to keep themselves Turkish. Read your history books, gents.
Jesus Christ. I think Aurora will be big. They will either they will stay national and fall off, or they will stay national for far too long before making the international change, and they will drop out of it. It's a shame. Xantares is who's keeping them afloat. Xantares is 30. It's not. I doubt Xantares is going to be one of the best rifles in the world for another 4 years, which is
hard to imagine.
Yeah, hard to imagine. And we don't have, like, Soulfly was the last good Turkish player we saw coming up, and now they've picked him up. Let's see how that goes. We'll talk about that later.
Minus Matcha plus Xfloud when.
Yeah. It's
Xantares to IGL. It's going to happen. That's going to be the final evolution of this mess. It's going to be just every young, aggressive, talented Turk, Xantares calling and Woxic second calling, and they're going to see if the Unks can get there.
Yeah, it's yeah. So for that matter, to answer the question, I think it's viable. It depends on where you're from. It depends on what you're doing. Maybe Bait is maybe best place to stay national in a way, because there is actually maybe them or Mongols, because Mongols, they've already done it with, like, they found 5 players who literally fucking nobody was looking at, and made them into a championship side. The talent pool in Mongolia is not easy for other teams to pick up. You sort of, like, yeah, you can go international, but it's not like international teams are actively looking at the Mongolian scene to find talents. I think Mongols sort of have a bit of an Astralis privilege in that sense, that everybody wants to play for Mongols, and Mongols are the guys who can find them. So it's maybe them, but otherwise I think Bait might be the best place to stay afloat anyway, while staying fully Ukrainian, because you do have teams like Inner Circle who can feed talents to them in a way. Yeah.
Okay. AWPer of the year. That's the next conversation, and I want to structure it a bit differently to how we're doing everything else, okay? Mm-hmm. We're going to start with number 4. We're going to go 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we'll both have our 5. We'll see if we have different 5s afterwards. We're not going to talk about it ahead of time.
We're
first going to
obviously have the same top
4. Exactly, so we're going to go 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Then talk about 5. I think my 4 is... It's going to piss off a very specific subsection of the community. You're not going to find out which one until I say it, because it seems like that could be any of them, right? If I said Moldo's 4, the Brazilians are pissed. If I say Monasi's 4, the people with brains are pissed. If I say zywoo's 4, the French are pissed. If I say Shiro's 4, there's some people who are really big Shiro defenders this year, and this is no diss to that player, because I think if you're part of the Elite 4, you're so damn good. Like, you're so fucking good, and I love watching you play, and I think you're one of the best AWPers in the world, one of the few non-fraudulent ones. At 4, I have Shiro. It's a playstyle thing. It's a playoff drop-off thing. It's just a not good enough thing. Like the year was not good enough from him. So I'm going to put him at 4. I have Shiro. Who do you have at 4?
Shiro.
Damn. Okay.
I was gonna say something different, but to be honest, I can't justify him going any higher than 4th. It's he's good. He does his job. He's one of the more pure oppers. We've had a lot of, rifling and hybrid sort of talk this year. He's one of the more pure op users.
He is. Yep.
He just doesn't. He's boring. He doesn't really get those big rounds that you sometimes need out of him. And I think we've had better Shiro years. We've had a lot better Shiro years where he's a much more active part of the team and he's a much more big player. But this year, no. And talking about dropping off in under pressure, he is one of the biggest like droppers.
He's a big time dropper,
so,
and
big time dropper.
That's something that a lot of people pointed out that I've always been on top of. People talk about Shiro helps Donk, not in the playoffs, not in the good game, not in the big games. He just hasn't. So yeah, limiting factor. Some of it is also playstyle. Also, I do think he's capable of hitting every shot in a way that often he doesn't get given credit for because he's not aggressive and flashy all the time. It's just simply that he's just not active enough for me. So I have him at 4. At 3, now this is the part where if we have the same 3, it's just going to be who has who 1 and 2. At 3,
I don't think we have the same 3.
If you have I have zywoo at 3. If you have someone begin with M at 3, I'm mad.
I have zywoo at 3.
Okay, so good. Okay, we're still on the same page. I think it's for similar reasons, right? With the rifling and the AWPing in groups has just been bad. The AWPing in T-sides has been bad. Like, there's just a bunch of stuff that's just not been good enough from zywoo on the AWP specifically.
Yeah, I made the AWPer of the year list before I finished my top 20, and what I was gonna do differently is that I was gonna put zywoo 4th. To be honest, dock him that heavily for barely using the AWP for a large part of the year. Not AWPing T-side fucking at all. And
when he wasn't even that good. Like, the edge numbers, you check the full by AWP usage on T-side, his rating's like 115. Like, it's not really anything impressive. So it is just not a good T-side year.
I can't deny that he's excellent when he does pick it up. A lot of the time, maybe not specifically on T-side, but like in general. So he has to go. In the end, I have to go put him 3rd, and it is just that Shiro drop off, which I was like,
zywoo was better with AWP in playoffs. Shiro was worse at everything in playoffs.
So I'm more so down on Shiro than I am up on the zywoo. But like zywoo, in terms of AWPer of the year, I know HLTV are going to do. I think they've already said that they are going to categorize it as players who use AWP more than 0.24 AWP KPR or something, 0.20 KPR.
Yeah, and it's also specifically the instructions are 2 award panel members. The best player in the AWP role, no subjectiveness about best AWPer, which is limiting.
I think
so the fact that zywoo is better than most of these guys on pistol rounds, with rifles, with a 4-sport deagle, with an SMG, all that stuff that he's better than them at is going to matter for HLTV. Doesn't matter here.
Yeah. I said last year that I think it's boring that HLTV aren't more subjective with their stuff. I love subjectivity, and honestly, I think it's. They always go, oh, that would go down well with the community, but I am kind of like, just stir the pot. I don't go to HLTV because you are some all-knowing oracle of truth. This is just an aside. I don't go to HLTV because I consider you some all-knowing oracle of truth. I go to HLTV and find out what your opinions are on the players because I respect the people who make those opinions, and I like hearing them. I want to hear what the panel members think subjectively about the AWPers. So that's why I think it's boring. Anyways, I was my number 3 because of that. Which of the M players is your top 2?
So I'm just going to tell you my 1 because the 2's then in 3rd. He's been my pick for like 2 months. It's m0NESY.
Yeah.
Wait, you have the same picks as me?
Yeah, I have the same picks as you.
Since when are you reasonable? God damn it, what's going on with this show?
m0NESY has to stand alone. He has a 125 in the year overall. He is one of the he is maybe the last vestige of a true elite pure AWPer in that sense. And he does it well. He's done it well all year. He's gone trophyless. maybe not entirely his fault, but he's just Opera of the Year, in my
Damn.
opinion.
Damn. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, Molodoi, great season and a bit. Honestly, it's
Yeah.
not a sample thing that keeps him below him for me. Like, even though Molodoi is more pure, like he AWPs obsessively.
Yeah.
I just think m0NESY for the year on the AWP has been so fantastic in every playoff that's not prestige, because he hasn't made a whole lot of prestige playoffs. Like pretty much every playoff with like a couple of exceptions, and then people are going to point out certain games where he underperformed. But generally, he's just been absolutely elite. So I'm a big fan of m0NESY this year. I said in a video like 2 months ago, if my AWP of the year pick at that point was m0NESY. At that point, I tried to use like a bunch of edge numbers to try and make cases for different players. He was just the best on T side, especially with the AWP in hand. Like he used it 50% roughly of rounds on the T side in a full buy, and he was like a 130 something. Like he was just dominant in the hardest thing to do, because everyone else struggles, falls off a bit. Zywoo falls off a cliff if you don't specifically filter for playoff maps. It was, for me, clear cut. He does the hardest work and does it the best. Molodoi, more usage, not as effective on T side. He does force it, and I respect him for it. But on the T side, he doesn't quite deliver in the way I needed to. CT side, Molodoi's just a fucking monster.
Molodoi and m0NESY are very comparable, except for the fact that Molodoi is just a lot more unpolished. And I think it's reminiscent of m0NESY's first year, because I remember m0NESY was sort of similar. Where like, his best moments were extremely good, and at the time it was up there with Simple and Zywoo. His best moments, but he would also have a couple of games and a couple of moments where it's like, no, you are dropping off, and because you're new, you're a noob in this crowd.
Yeah.
So Molodoi is sort of the same. I expect an improvement in 2026. I hope we get an improvement in 2026. And if Zywoo and Shiro keep playing as they are, I think we're going to have a much closer conversation between m0NESY and Molodoi for next year's Opera of the Year.
Okay.
So now the number 5.
Yeah, number 5. I think you've ended up being reasonable in every AWP, because I think you've got Mr. Wonderful at 5.
I do.
There we go. Yeah, okay. We're all agreed.
Lovely. I'm hearing the what's his name? The guy, the tune, "Let Her Go" or whatever it's called. This is a nice resolution. This is the least bickering part of the show, probably.
Yeah.
Why do you have Wonderful over? Let me just name a couple: 910, Woxic, and Torji.
So 910, Woxic, and Torji. So Torji just not good enough on the AWP this year. Just not good enough. T-side's lacking. I wish I could be more positive about Torji. I love Torji's like CT play. He's just not been good enough on the CT side across the year to put him into 5th. Like he had a really good start and a couple good runs, but just not good enough. 910, just so many troughs, absolute troughs in this year that I just can't trust him. And Woxic, if you're talking pure raw play, has a case to be 5. It's not good enough for me to give him credit, because Wonderful has played deeper into events, played at bigger events, had bigger peaks at big events and elite events and prestige events. So I give Wonderful the edge over Woxic. Woxic probably is my 6. Honestly, in terms of pure AWPing, he's my 6 in conversation for 5. At times, his ratings have actually been borderline top 4 level in terms of how effective he is just with the AWP in his hands. But I do have him 6 out of that crowd. Just not enough. Just not enough in terms of impressive opposition and impressive runs for me.
Yeah. I see that. I have the same reasoning. Wonderful is just peaks way higher. I think he's better on the AWP. I think he also has a bit of rifle usage, which I think is good for him. Because even last year, that was something we were talking about. He was usually better in his rifle rounds than he was in his AWP rounds. But in terms of pure AWPing as well, he has just improved a lot. He doesn't miss the sitters as much as he used to.
And as always, when he does, Everyone's fucking watched that 1 second of the fucking game and nothing else, and that pisses me off
Yeah.
to no end. That's why people are going to downplay Wonderful's year. It's like, oh, misses the easy shots. Like, bro, you watched one fucking game, maybe 2 out of the entire year, and you're going to come at me with this nonsense. Shut up.
Yeah, no, that's AWPer of the year. I don't think there's. Look, I think these were the 5 candidates. Maybe you could have thought about Torji being included, or as you said, Woxic on pure op play. Next up would be what NQZ.
Just no. We're not talking about it anymore. I mean, HSTV had 10 candidates for their AWPer of the year post. I was like, just dire. Do not remind us of how bad most of these players are. We don't need to see it. We come back to the questions now with a question from Shale3319.
Thank you, Shale.
And this one's interesting because it comes back to Nico. Can you think of a more choking competitor than Nico across all team sports? He's been part of arguably 3 super teams that have not won the championship. I have a great response that's really easy to justify, to prove. Do you have anyone? Is there a Formula 1 guy that you're going to bring into this?
I think you'll need to. Well, F1 is a team sport, to be honest. But no, I don't think there is. I don't think there is. You can start, and I'll try to think of one. F1 is the sport that I would know most about.
So this is a basketball one. Anyone who follows basketball knows exactly where I'm going with this. Like, I don't even need to finish the take. This guy, I'm not going to say his name. Basketball fans will know who I mean. Part of several super teams. Absolutely insane regular season numbers. Some of the most overpowered sort of foul baiting and grifting, but also just step back 3-pointers. Revolutionized this sort of very 3 and layup centric offense that a lot of players are now like just leaning on. He in playoffs disappears, misses every shot, doesn't get the same foul calls that he gets in the regular season, and therefore can't inflate his scoreboard, keep the score ticking over really in the same way he could, and just ends up being massively disappointing. And yeah, it's happened for like 10 straight years. It's worse than Nico. Nico has carried a team to the finals of a major. This guy is incapable of that kind of thing, and has choked several important big leads. That is, of course, James Harden.
Yeah.
One of the biggest chokers in all of sports history, but modern sports especially. I'm not going to pretend I knew every choker in all like basketball, football, American football history. That's my pick.
Yeah, I don't really have a pick. F1 would be where I could find one, and in that case it would be Lando Norris, but he did win the championship regrettably, so I can't pick him anymore.
Regrettably.
And yeah, it is so regrettable. Fuck. No, it's I'm thinking if there's a footballer maybe, because F1 doesn't really have a choker. If you are a big choker, you just don't move up in the way that Nico does. So maybe Nico Hulkenberg, but a lot of his chokes weren't even his fault. I'm trying. Is there a footballer? I'm trying to think.
That's the thing. People try to make football.
Victor Gyökeres.
People try to make football comparisons, but it doesn't really work a lot of the time. And like, a playoff choke. Like, I guess there's one-off games. I could say like this player underperformed as a big moment. Yeah, obviously there's always the Messi one. People are always like Messi choker. It's like just ignore the trophies and the big finals and all that. And yeah, sure he is, but it's not real. It's not true.
Yeah,
you could say what's his name? Maybe one of the England players who missed a penalty, like, penalty misses. You could say a chokes.
God,
like those are the ones you could say, but it's not as clear cut as like regular season playoffs versus in Counter-Strike group stage playoffs. Again, another kind of comparison to NBA that really works. In the NBA group regular season to playoff, you see that drop off quite explicitly.
Yeah, exactly. And football is such a big team that you don't really get chokers in the same way that are as impactful.
It's harder to isolate a player's performance in football and say choked.
Yeah. And in football, if you are the star striker of a team that should win a Champions League final, you will get subbed if you choke for 70 minutes. Like, you will. So I can't really think of one. Is there
Harry Kane? I'm sick of everyone being so nice to Harry Kane. In big tournaments for England, he is basically a 6'3" big chin statue. Does nothing. Can't run, can't bring defenders with him, just sits there looking for tap-ins. Useless at big events. Harry Kane hater, me.
But I don't think he's a choker. It's just empty calories a lot of the time. He ends up with great stats. He looks good. It's just no, you did nothing for 90 minutes, but it's not like it's choking. Fuck it. Anyway,
Yeah, no,
I can't
there's
think
no
of
good
one.
football one. I don't think.
Is there another team sport I can think of? Hockey. I don't know anything about hockey. Where it would be more applicable. No, I can't think of one. I can't think of one. Is there, you know, a bit of American football? Is there somebody who's played in a gazillion Super Bowls and never won?
The problem is there's players like Peyton Manning was considered a big choker until he won 2 trophies. And you're like, oh well,
Yeah.
you know, there are probably a few examples like currently, like Lamar Jackson struggles to do anything in playoffs. Has multiple regular season MVPs though, which that's a whole other debate. But he, in playoffs hasn't really made a big game, like hasn't won a huge playoff game. There's probably a case to be made for Lamar Jackson. Like that's maybe the NFL comparison that's right now current. I'm not a great NFL historian just because there's so many damn players on a team that the further you try to be, like go back, like NBA's easy. There's 5 starters who play 75% of the minutes. If you know them going back 30 years, it's not that crazy to do. Knowing everyone who played on an NFL team for 40, it's a very old game years, it's just impossible. So, yeah, I guess Lamar currently is a big one. He has actually choked, not just lost, choked games, underperformed his level, not held up his end of the bargain pretty much every time he's been there. So that's the only example that I can think of.
Yeah, I'd realized that this means the answer to the question is no. Nico is the biggest choking
James
competitor
Harden's
across all team sports. Oh, okay, never mind.
I opened with
second
one.
biggest.
I knew.
Second biggest.
I was like, if I get a chance to rip into James Harden, I will take it.
A month ago, it would be Lando Norris. Fucking Lando Norris. I hope he never wins a race again.
He won. Anyway, so now, moving on to the next part of the top 20. 15 to 11. Let's get into this. Quack, at 15, we know what your 15 is, but my 15 this is where I've placed flamez. Tough year to place, considering he won fucking everything. But his numbers are just flat. Like, he's just fine. Last year, when Vitality underperformed time and time again, he had one example of this year, where Team Vitality were bad. flamez was amazing. That's just not really been the case this year. The team's been amazing. flamez been along for the ride and playing his role and playing fine for the most part. I can't really say much more about him, you know? I can't drop him too far down because he still is putting up good fragging numbers, good ratings. He's getting a few EVPs here and there, which aren't really important, but you know, highlight what I mean by he's there the entire time and he's just not brilliant. He does have a slight drop off of playoffs, but it's not very big. Played a lot of playoff maps. He's just fine. Doesn't thrill me. But he's fine. And I reluctantly put him at 15. I was like, I actually had him outside my top 20. And then I had to be like, hold on. Hold on. Pre-prestige adjustments, he was like, just on volume he was up there. But in terms of the actual fragging numbers, he wasn't close. And then I had to change my weightings.
I had a really hard time with this group. But yeah, Nico is my 15. In hindsight, I think Wonderful should have gone above both Nico and Kyusuke. Kyusuke maybe shouldn't have been on the list at all in hindsight. If I had given this one more once over, which is sort of what I'm doing now, that's what I would have adjusted. Yeah. But
now that you're listening to me and how 15. Brilliant I am and how perfectly I've done everything, you're now realizing you should have done it.
I listened to you? Okay, never mind. It's just he's good over a larger sample size than a lot of other players. He has that good MVP run. He has that one trophy. The majors are shit. And
the big problem is his two events that are his best events are fucking Pro League. I'm like,
it's
just not that special a year.
Yeah, it is his worst year. I think it's fair to say this is Nico's worst year since 2016.
Oh wait, you're talking about Nico? Fuck yeah, sorry, I was talking about flamez.
Anyway,
my bad.
Yeah, about flamez, I do see what you mean. Prestige playoffs is maybe his biggest weakness. Maybe his one weakness is when I was looking at it. Is aside from his numbers being more or less near.
6 events that he wins and has a sub 0.7 KPR. You know, in playoffs, like that's just
but
that's got to mean
also
something.
Came in, and I'm wondering what it means for the spots that flamez was playing.
Nothing.
Did he not?
If anything, he gets a few light upgrades. It doesn't detract from him in any way. He's still the 3-man sight kind of guy. Like, he's still playing a few anchor spots, a few semi-active spots. He's still. It's not like when Spinks comes in and Jimfat all of a sudden can't close anymore, isn't allowed to lurk and bait anymore. It's a very different. It's a very different sort of dynamic, and in that sense,
yeah,
Flamesy, yeah, just a down year, but an up year for his winning, and he played the roles right. So I'm like, whatever. It's just this is being the best 4th man in the world. Basically, it's the best 4th man placing in the world. So, congrats.
Who do you have for 14th? There's a chance we have the same one here.
This is where I have Wonderful.
Well, okay, fair. Like, as I said, I probably should have moved Wonderful above. He would have been my 15th in that case. I think it's fair.
Yeah, Wonderful. Good elite events, or prestige events rather. Decent big events. Just a solid enough year.
Yeah, this is where I got into a tricky part with the 14 to 10.
Can I guess your 14?
Mark? Yeah, try.
Is it Mezzy?
No, it's Senzu.
Senzu. Okay, I thought I'd annihilate you on Senzu, but you have him reasonably low. You have him lower than me.
I don't think. Look, one of the things that I realized while doing this was for Mongoose is that I feel like Mongoose have been a championship side, like a top 5 side for 2 years. I feel like that. It isn't the case. They only became that halfway through the year. They had a big rise at the start of the year. And since he was really good there, but he was still choking. He was still choking. We were talking about playoffs were rough for him. Eventually he worked past that, then he got better. But it's not perfect. Like a lot of his year, the playoff drop off is pretty significant. He goes from a 114 in groups to a 107 in playoffs. His prestige events are 110. His prestige playoffs, which he has 13 maps in, that's 105. And his overall is good. His his against top 10, he's a 110. This is fine. Just not overly impressed with that. And it is average. Like among the candidates that I had for top 20, he has a more or less average KPR, more or less average ADR. Pretty good round swing. But he doesn't. He at one point in the year, I thought this is a slam dunk lock in top 10 pick, and Mongo's are going to win a bunch more events, and Mongo's going to be very good for this. He just ends up being a bit of a downer. And I had this group from 10th to 14th, which they had some similar attributes, a bunch of the players. Senzu ended up being the worst of them, which I honestly, he ended up ending up here.
Okay. I didn't think I'd have Senzu higher than you, considering conversations we had surrounding certain players, like Spinks, like who's going to be top 10, like all these sorts of things. But okay. I don't even have him at 13. 13, I have Mezzy. The opposite of Flamesy, like a massive up year, massive peaks, insane playoffs, far beyond his roles. I mean, I called Flamesy like the best 4th man. He's actually the best 3rd man on the list, I guess, technically, because Mezzy is the 4th on this roster, just to correct myself. It's a lot of prestige adjustment, because coming into the sort of rankings I was doing, my numbers that I crunched, he's a 108 rating across the year. He's 24th just because of the amount of playoff maps he plays. Like, Vitality played the most playoff maps of anyone at relevant events. And Mezzy actually is just solid across the board until you get to the prestige ones, prestige events, prestige plus, where he just flies up. He's absolutely insane. So I felt like that was really important, really valuable, honestly, to this Vitality side. Like, especially to close out the year with the back-to-back majors, you needed Mezzy to be that much better. So yeah, I have him above Flamesy. I have him above Wonderful. It's kind of shocking to me, but it's impressive what he's been able to do this year.
Yeah, I also have Mezzy 13th, which I think overall, his raw numbers, his average for the year is very similar to like a Yuri or a Zontix. That's what ends up happening, because he is that kind of man. He is that man on the team. But he ends up being so much more valuable in those peaks, and that's what carries him up. Also, just the fact that they won so much, and in that trophy winning, like that big trophy winning run in the spring season, 7 straight, he was up there with above a 1.10 average. The fall season is a lot more modest. He
It's a lot more
sits around at
iffy.
one.
Like, his playoff runs are not great
Yeah.
for most of the full season. But the
Yeah.
cherry on top, like, we talked about FlameZ, his best playoff runs are fucking Pro League.
Yeah.
Mezzi's best playoff runs are Budapest Major, Austin Major.
Yeah. That's why I still put him up. I don't do as much of a prestige thing. I think that's why I have FlameZ above him. He is to come. But Messi was really big in particularly in the prestige events. In terms of the other numbers, I can't really justify Messi going above in that sense. It is the role consideration again. Like,
yeah, there is some.
Maybe I can give him some credit for playing worse roles, but he's the only player I have on my list who has below 70 ADR in big events this year, and in big events overall, he has a 0.66 KPR. These numbers are hard to justify putting above some of the next players I have on the list. So, in that sense, I sort of had to do it. Prestige events is the one place where I think he really stands out, and he stands out so much that I put him up 13th.
Yeah, I'll put him up 11 spots just on that.
Yeah, raw numbers wise, he is at best in like the lower 3 spots, I think. But then, you know, it's the fact that they won so much. It's the fact that his prestige events are so good. It's the fact that his playoff runs are so good. And but yeah, that's what moves him up. That's why I have Messi 13th.
Yeah, not moved by FlameZ's ESL Pro League Grand Final rating. Just not moved at all, is my opinion. 12. This is where I placed Senzu. And I thought I was going to be a big controversial like figure when I say this on our show, where I'm expecting you to have Senzu top 10, Spinks down here, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to fucking lecture this guy. Instead, you have Spinks in a completely different clownery of a spot, because for some reason, you talk about pressure moments a lot. You talk about big matches quite a bit. You talk about runs. I felt the need to stand up for Mouse this year, as I kind of did for Torji last year. So I made a list. So you can tell me what you disagree with, but this was, in my opinion, I sat around. I didn't have my full stationery set with me, so my girlfriend's Post-its and my phone, and just counted up some things. So I put the real title contenders for this year in terms of when you place this team, were you facing a real title contender? Was my opinion. Like, kind of like, this team could win an event, should be making good placings. So I had Vitality all year, Spirit all year. It was hard to draw the line on exactly, like, would I consider any of the Zwei not title, because they won 2 with Zwei and Zontix, then they bring in Tanir. Like, do I consider that a worse team, really, to face? Maus, Falcons, once they add Monacy, Furia in the second season, Mongols before Control-Ez, you know, before that whole thing happens. And then I just included, just so that I didn't feel like I was being too harsh to anyone, G2 in London and FaZe in Budapest, just specifically. So just those are the title contenders for the year, for the real big events. Then I worked out certain players, what percentage of their big event playoff maps actually came against those teams. Then I also counted up how many of their playoff maps were against absolute nobodies. And I'm not talking about Aurora or Na'Vi, like top 10 teams. I'm talking teams that I wouldn't consider top 10. And I just worked out the percentages. So Spinks and Senzu were my 2 key figures. Spinks played 68% of his maps against that caliber of opposition, that elite, real contender. Senzu.
This is HLTV's argument for Sershin and Torshi as well, yeah.
43%. Less than half of his maps at big event playoffs. He's inflated by these terrible events they play, and he still doesn't have a particularly good rating. He still has a 107. So I was like, of course he can't be in my top 10. Like, of course he can't be up there. Then when you look at scrubs, how many scrubs did these guys face? The lowest percentage of anyone I checked, Spinks. Faces 14% of his maps are against scrubs. So Maus spent the entire year, Senzu, by the way, in line with the most players who average out like 22.5%. Senzu's 22. Most players for the year got to at least farm more pains. Shit. Senzu has 6 playoff maps this year against Liquid. Liquid.
Yeah, they for a long time they
13.
benefited from their seeding, yeah.
6 of his fucking 58 maps. That's over 10%.
Yeah.
Of his playoff maps are against Liquid. This is the problem. That's why I decided I would check for these things. And I got some averages. So the average player faced around 64% of their maps were against the real elite teams. And of course, Spinks is a good chunk above average because the standard deviation isn't that big, and has the highest volume of anyone who's not on Vitality.
Yeah.
Plus, he doesn't face scrubs. I had to vibe. And give him some buffs. Give us some points for that. And I also had to deduct points from a guy like Senzu, who, sure, his stats are nice, but I can't give him credit for them as real. So I did have to make some adjustments. When I came out the back end of my algorithm, I was like, we need to put our thumb on the scale here, because some of these things just aren't the same. And that's why, for me, Spinks will end up in the 10 best players this year. Because despite all these problems, despite all this difficulty, his numbers are still okay. And he still has banging group stage games with a team that's not particularly impressive. I mean, you don't have any of them in the top 15, and yet they're top 4 every damn event. Something just is incongruent. And I think that big difference is the fact that they do have a star in Spinks. They did have good performances out of Zerstian, some good performances out of Torji, and even some playoff runs where Spinks was incredibly impressive. So, yes, for me, Senzu, the numbers do lie sometimes. They lied for Senzu, they lied for the Mongols players, just a tad.
Yeah. I think I'll give you a correct here. I didn't have I thought about the same thing, and I thought about the opposition they played. I just didn't have time to do it over Christmas, and I think if I did, I would be less harsh on Mouse, to be honest.
Took half an hour.
Yeah, I didn't have half an hour to sit down.
The opponent they faced the most, like most people, was Vitality. It's just they end up playing over 20 maps against Vitality this year.
See, Senzu also played 20 maps against Vitality as his most common opponent this year, in fairness. But he has a
big event
0.98.
Playoffs.
No, just in general.
Exactly. Big event playoffs is what I'm measuring.
Playoffs.
I'm only tracking playoffs here. I don't care if you're regular.
They played their most common opponent in playoffs was also Vitality with 15.
It is. And I didn't say otherwise. But the problem is they then played Liquid, Pain, more than anyone else. They played 3 Max a bunch of times. Like, they played bad opposition relative to big event playoffs and what that means, what that should mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's 12,
I think you're fair with Senzu, and I think you're fair with Spinks. I wouldn't put him in my top 10 even with that, but I'll give you a correct pick here. But yeah.
Yes, who's
my number 12?
Yeah.
Heavy God. And this is purely that he has just been so good this year. He has been so good. Like, so extremely good, both in group stages and playoffs when they did play playoffs. It is a small sample size. He's a 115 in playoffs. In more maps than fucking Frozen. And, like, he's... it has just been a really good year for him, which has flown under the radar for a lot of people, I think. I reward him a lot for his consistency. Like, Heavy God just did not really have a miss. I feel like every event we recapped on the show, if we mentioned G2, we were saying, they were kind of bad, except for Heavy God. There are so few dips. There is that trophy winning run, which shows like how good he was on his peak. The fact that he is like, I get Mattis was good there as well, but Heavy God was like a 110, 115 in, I would say, worse positions across the entire year. And then he also has the better performance when they win London. For me, that's good. For me, that's like a very strong performance, which I think I just had to reward with a 12th placing. I get that, like, not nearly as many big event playoffs, not nearly as much prestige. They didn't make Budapest playoffs as far as, like, they didn't make Budapest playoffs. They didn't make Katowice. They didn't make Cologne. Just barely missed out on Cologne.
They didn't make a single prestige playoff.
No, and that's honestly might be the reason he's not top 10, in my opinion. But it is his numbers are so good from, again, pretty shit positions as well. Like, talk about players who play anchor spots on every map. He's one of them. Yeah.
He has 6, right? He has 6 big events playoffs this year. Total. And one of them's Fisher Playground. One of them's PGL Bucharest.
Yeah.
Like, it was just impossible for me to give too much credit to the G2 team. I loved the Blast London run, don't get me wrong. He and Mattis go absolutely ballistic, and I said, just for that run, I gave him that credit. So if someone faced them in that run, you'd get credit for having faced a truly lethal opponent. I agree with you in a lot of spots. Like, Heavy God is fantastic for his roles on CT side. He is a T side closer. He's not a T side hard entry flashing machine.
Oh.
So he does get star spots, and his ratings reflect that in terms of the balance. Like he's a 108 CT side for the year at big event playoffs. He's a 123 on T side. Like he's really good for the roles. It's just he might be the rating 3.0 maxer, by the way. Him and Keserato are 3.0 maxers. But I needed to see a lot more, and I need to see my big events aren't just big events. I needed the prestige something, and in group stage at prestige events, he had one decent one. I think was the latest. He was good in Budapest, wasn't it? Yeah, but everything else was poor. Okay in Kato, poor in Austin, and the numbers are barely different. Worse in Cologne. Like it's just not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not big enough. It's not enough. I'd basically be giving him top 20 for the Blast Open London run. And like, that's cool. But that's it. That's basically it. So
Look,
I'm struggling with this.
In a year where 16 big events were won by 3 teams, I think it's fair to give him that run. I think it's fair to give him top 20 for the London run. There's only so many players who managed to win big events this year, and Heavy God was one of them, and he did it, I won't say single-handedly. Mattis was good as well in that event.
Far from single-handedly. I think Mattis
far from single-handedly
outfragged and outrated him. But yeah, aside from that, yeah. It's just great. And yeah, his T side is also amazing. He's a 120 on T side in 2025. A 120. That's great. It's like we're talking upwards of Zantara's numbers. And yeah, this is thumbs up, my seal of approval. Yeah, it is so weird. I need to examine the formula on this because, man, look, his T-side kill per round is 0.63 in London, and his ratings are 128. He's the most anomalous statistical performer of anyone. It makes 0 sense.
Wait, sorry. Did you say playoffs or what?
At London playoffs, right?
Yeah.
London playoffs. He's a 128 T-side. He's a 0.63 KPR. Like, it's so weird. But that's just across the year. Those sorts of things are true of Heavy God. He's doing fantastic things clutching. It's just the majority of rounds. You could argue he's almost a non-factor, and then he clutches a big round time and time again. It's a fantastic thing to see. It's awesome. Like, late round, he has these closing moments on T-side, but overall, he's just not doing anything. He's just not doing anything. Like, it's so weird.
This is actually interesting. Yeah, his basically all of his numbers, firepower wise, are much higher on CT side and T side. Yet the rating is only different by 0.01. That is anomalous. That is anomalous.
It's
like his rounds with a kill goes down by 16% between CT side and T side. His KPR goes down by over 0.2. And his rating is barely changed. Interesting.
I think he might actually just be a sample size anomaly of rating 3.0.
I don't think so, because G2 still played a lot, and he was good in a lot of these events. And the fact that he's one of the few... The reason why he was kind of hard to rate in this group is because he's one of the few players who doesn't move between group stages and playoffs. He's a 115 in both. In this group, I'm talking about like Senzu, I'm talking about Mezzi. And Mezzi, while he gets better in prestige events, he gets worse in playoffs. It's expected to get worse in playoffs. Messi's one of them. He goes from a 110 to a 106. That's the same drop off, like differential wise, that some other players on the list have, like a 0.04. And
he just needs to do way more, though.
Same as Flamesy. It's the same as Flamesy.
The pure numbers carry you onto the list. He needs to do way more. He's got look, just simple final rebuttal to this. My point: big event playoffs 2025, even including London. He's got 40 maps against top 5 opponents.
Yeah.
No, that's not playoffs. That's all matches, and he's a 105. Like, the sum total of his year is not a 115 destroyer of everyone. There's clear peaks, like that London peak. He dominates the top opposition, and you're like, great. Most of the year, he's not. He's just good for his roles, and that's great. It's just not enough for me to have him like way, way, way up here. This is far too high. If you want to make a case for Heavy God, I'd have listened to you 20 to 17. 12 is fellatio. I'm sorry. Like, you are fellating that man for no reason.
In playoffs, he's a 114 against Vitality in 5 maps. He is a 147 in the one series he played against Furia. He's a 125 in the series they played against Falcons. Basically, the only top opposition he didn't really compete with in playoffs this year was Mouse and Mongos. And Mongos, he still schooled in group stages, like in non-playoff games. That's his most common opponent, I think, and it's he's great there. He's above a 110 overall against actual top level opposition. And again, his Vitality record is also great, even when factoring in non-playoff games. Furia is the one he struggled with in group stages, because we had G2 Furia as a very common group stage matchup. But yeah,
it's just you need way more. You need way more than this to be
not for me.
Not the world for the entire year.
Not for me. Not for me.
Like, this is. I watched one event.
He didn't move under pressure. He didn't move very much under pressure. That's what it is.
I mean, except when he played top opponents against the top 5, he's a 105. Like, ignoring that pressure.
When he played Team of the Year, he's a 115.
Oh, I guess put him top 5 then.
Spoilers.
Jesus Christ. I think it's a terrible take. My final 11. We haven't even got there yet. 11. I have Xantares.
Ooh, spicy.
I wish I could have him better.
I think we have similar rationales for Xantares.
Because I think he's one of the most magnificent players in certain moments this year, right? Fragging wise. Absolutely elite. Unfortunately, I like prestige events. Those happened. And I had to physically vibe buff him to get him into the top 15 because of their just lack of anything as a team, Aurora. Like he wasn't able to will this team to anything special. Yeah. There's not much more to say. He's a mega talent and he's fantastic across groups and small events. He's just not had the iconic runs that I needed to be buffed into the top 10. There wasn't a major run. There wasn't a Cologne run. There wasn't a Katowice. There was nothing. So I'm a bit disappointed with Xantares' year overall. The playoffs have just generally been too weak. And a part of that is the team, a part of that is the calling. But it's also he just played a little under his level. So yeah, 11 is where I kept him.
Yeah, this is fair. I think we have similar rationales here. I'll get onto my Xantares placement in a bit. But I think it's fair. My 11th is Flamesy. I put him higher than Mezzy because, like I said, I don't do as big of a prestige event adjustment, especially not prestige playoffs. Flamesy is relatively poor in prestige events playoffs this year, and Mezzy's really great. It is just that in the other numbers, Flamesy is quite a bit above Mezzy for me. And we talked about the fact that when they were winning, Flamesy plays a lot of really tough roles as well.
That's not exaggerating.
And Mezzy
plays some tough roles.
Plays some tough roles. Mezzy, on the other hand, when things are going great for Vitality, we've both said this before, he's kind of just tagging along in a way. Flamesy, a lot of the time, even when it's going great for Flamesy, you can see that he's doing a job and he's doing it well, but that it's a lot of the time it won't show up in the statistics, which is it's a different thing. I think he has the same playoff drop off in terms of differential as Mezzy does. He's just a little bit higher. I just think his overall year I think is better. And that's why Flamesy's my 11th. Again, it was hard for me to differentiate this group. We have some players who are weaker under pressure, some are stronger, but that are stronger overall and are stronger, and how do I judge this? Flamesy ended up being my 11th.
Yeah, I think that's generous. I think
it is generous.
This
8 trophies,
it does feel a bit like when I watched Flamesy this year, it was just there were pop-offs, they were pro leagues. That's my problem. That's my problem. Like I just needed more from it.
I was expecting more from him. But last year I put him top 10, which I thought was very fair. And his arena rating last year carried him a lot. He got worse this year in terms of my list placement. And that's part of the reason why.
I think I had him
I'm pretty sure I had him 7th.
I think last year I had him somewhere in the 12 to 9 range. You know, that was roughly where I had him.
I think we both put him in like a 7, 8, 9 group, but I can't remember what you said, but we were talking about it because like that group was like Flamesy, Brokey, and somebody else was in that group.
Yeah, because last year what importantly mattered was Vitality, Struggle are bad. Flamesy gets the hard entries, gets the crazy multi-kill, anchors a site when you don't expect him to, performed beyond expectations.
Yeah, I did expect a little bit more from him, which is why he gets downgraded, but I still put him on 11th. And also, fucking 8 trophies, like, that buffs you a bit.
Yeah, 15th. Well, that was 15th.
That's 15th to 11.
15th, yeah. That's 15th to 11th. Up next, we have another question.
I like this one.
If you guys want to submit questions, by the way, not just listen to answers, dictate the narrative, become a member, and then you can. We do these, we're supposed to do once a month. We kind of changed it to more like...
When we feel like it.
Once every month and a half to 2 months, just because it got a bit too frequent.
Yeah, we got 1 or 2 questions usually.
Yeah, so we'd rather have just a group of 6 than 1 or 2 every now and then. But this is from Gabriel Heseltine. This question is, what do you think Demon's ceiling is as a pro? Demon being the foot player, former Na'Vi Academy. He was, a weird one for us as prospect viewers. Let's put it that way, because theoretically, should have liked him. You know, he played some interesting roles. He had really good stats. Then you watch the gameplay. Sometimes you're like, oh, there's some dubious stuff, some dubious little moments. The big debate we had on stream when we were watching his demos is like, why can't he hit these shots? Like sometimes he's getting swung and his aim just doesn't adjust. He's supposed to be like the best aimer ever, right? According to all the Na'Vi junior people and some of the people who played against him or with him. It was just a bit strange, but the sum total of him as a player is he's an absolute headshot machine. Like in the way everyone talks about Scream, like pretty similar. It was a headshot rate, just better spray. 71% headshots for the year. Jesus Christ. I just looked up his stats. And when he's peeking someone, he's going to headshot them. That first bullet will hit the head. And in that sense, he's kind of nuts. So his peak as a pro depends on how he polishes out, because he's still only 18. But he could definitely play like a... Not a bit role. I don't think that's quite right. So even though he does anchor a fair bit, he's not that good at being static and getting swung. I don't think he's that elite at it. But certainly like a semi-active role on like a Na'Vi-esque side, like he could do a decent job of it. I think his peak I'd have to give is like a top 10 rifler. Like he could break into the top 10 of riflers in the world. He has the aim for it. I'm just not sure like the raw peaking you aim for it. I'm just not sure he has everything else quite there yet. Quack, what's your take?
I want to remember that Demon has played a wide variety of roles, because I feel like he wasn't nearly this prioritized as he might be on foot when he was a Na'Vi junior. Like he wasn't a star player in the same sense.
Not when playing with Makaze. He was not the star. No. They had, okay, so to explain their system back then, it was like Makaze. I talked about it on Makaze's prospects video, where it's like it's a 2-part like sort of boxing thing. It's like a jab and then a big counter. Like, you know, your jab baits them in, then you got some sort of counter set up to however their defense works, right? And the counter for them was Crabini and Demon paired up, looking for something somewhere else on the map. And then now that they're no longer Makaze, Demon's kind of in Makaze's role. Sometimes it's Launex, so it's a slightly different look, but generally he is playing off the shoulder. Like let's put it this way: your peak expectation for Demon is twists. At best, you think everything goes perfectly. He's like twists, prime twists, off the shoulder, great first bullet, can really rip heads off and create big advantages in that sense. So yeah, that's sort of the roles.
What I was going to say is that, okay, so he sort of shifted even this early in his career. He's moved around a little bit, and he's maybe played a little bit of different responsibilities. And that, I think, is, in terms of reaching his ceiling as a pro, I think that's a very big plus. Because he would be able to be one of those pickups that can slide into slightly worse spots, sort of like I feel like Makazi has done in Navi, sort of like I feel like Immed did at one point when he moved from GL to Navi, where like you can start off just filling a spot, doing your job, getting used to the pressure. You have your moments, you know, here and there, but no, the expectations are lower. And even if it's tougher spots in terms of finding, you know, big numbers on the right team, you're still going to look good. And eventually, as roster changes happen, as other players underperform, you can hang along and you can sort of, in the restructuring, you can sort of move up. So in that sense, I think Demon is well placed to move up. In terms of his mechanical ceiling, that's your forte, but practically speaking, he's absolutely a signing I could see happening. If Foot don't become like a big tier 1 contender, I'm not sure they will, considering who they are.
It'd be hard to see happening. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think enough of Simtree and like Crabini needs to be a pure IGL at some point because his IGL fragging just isn't that crazy.
Yeah, but I could absolutely see him moving into a better team. I could absolutely see him playing, you know, slightly worse spots, eventually getting the priority to start playing the bigger spots and getting more respected and moving upwards. So practically speaking, I can see him moving up, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so that's that's kind of the Demon part of this. Like that's just the question, which Demon's ceiling. Lamau, okay, Nero has twists as Demon's doppelganger. I didn't know. I don't read those articles because they still weird me out. Because the first day I saw a prospect report from HLTV, I was like, wait, what? What did I do? What did I do? I didn't join anything, did I? I don't remember this. It just really fucking weirded me out. But yeah, let's get into Coach of the Year. This is our next big title. So top 5 I'm going to need from you.
I think this is the one I dislike the most. Yeah.
I made sure on all of these that I tried as best I could to actually consider the first half of the year and not get lost in this season and put Heavy God at 12. So at 5, I have Saw. Because I actually think Saw's heroic performances and run was pretty good. The fact that he won a title with this mishmash G2 with a new caller who I think is not going to be a good caller, a bad AWPer, and some inconsistent pieces at best in Matisse, but especially Saw. Not Saw, fucking Maubs. Maubs was so dire at moments this year that I think he deserves some credit for putting together at least that one big run. Since then, it's been tough. And I do think this team still needs a real IGL or just more time with Hunter to figure it all out. But all things considered, I think Saw's had a pretty impressive year, so 5.
Yeah. I think it's fair. I like that. My pick for 5, honestly, this is you might not like this. It's Mara, actually. Mara gets on the list because, like I said, it's hard to forget. The Mongols' rise from being roundabout top 10 to being top 5 to being at one point top 1, according to some, is the spring season entirely. And a lot of that is going to be Mara's doing, 100%. And that's why he gets on the list. I'm also sort of thinking, in the grand scheme of things, the Mongols' prime, which unfortunately I think might not continue in terms of this roster in 2026, relatively brief. And I think the drop off that happened towards the end of the year, in like the back half of the fall season as a whole, for me it doesn't reflect super well on Mara. For me it doesn't reflect super well that Senzu, for whatever reason, felt he had to take a break. For me it doesn't feel super good that we've had confusion around what roles the Mongols players play, and there's an unsustainability there that I feel like I need to dock Mara. It's harsh, but yeah, that's slightly.
It's just a little silly to me. The criteria upon which you're basing.
I don't like this category. I do not like this category. But
the things you're basing him on are kind of wild. Like because Senzu benched himself, Mara's a bad coach. So the dude could have gone through like a personal crisis. You have no idea what happened, but it's now Mara's fault. Like that seems ridiculous.
Managing the players professionally,
your understanding of their roles is
part of
not
his responsibility.
Mara's fault. If the roles were messy and they were losing a lot, I'd understand your case. But at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out
It's
of
harsh.
14 events this year, they're top 4. And they've got a title that's not that big, but they've got a title. Like, this is a wild decision. So that makes the rest of your top 5 questionable, because what the hell have you done elsewhere? At 4, I have Xtaz.
Yeah.
I genuinely think he's done not a whole lot this year. Robs has kind of slotted himself in, and it now just all works.
Yeah.
I saw what you talked about pre-show, where people were like, Apex never credits Xtaz. I'm not that moved by that kind of thing.
No, this was, I'm paraphrasing Maui. That's why Maui. I think Maui said his vote for in the panel awards was Cyclone for Coach of the Year. And people were like, why didn't you vote for Xtaz? And he's like, everybody who talks about Xtaz never mentions he actually does anything. Like, it's like he's just there.
Yeah.
I
didn't realize he had
and then he showed
Cyclone
like
1.
an interview after. He did say so, but Cyclone I don't think even made it into the final 3. But yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize Maui had Cyclone at 1, but yeah, Xtaz for me is 4. Who's your 4? Is it Xtaz as well, or have you got, I don't know?
No, it is actually, it's Saw. I'm similar with you. I think in the grand scheme of things, obviously Saw's level on G2 or G2 under Saw, while they did win a title, that's impressive. As a whole, you can criticize G2, and with that, I think you have to criticize Saw as well. But we've had a couple of tier 2 teams moving from tier 2 to tier 1 in 2025. And I think the team that absolutely adjusted best to that was Heroic when they moved from Sangle to Heroic, and that is Saw's doing. I think, again, the way they played with, I'll admit, in a lot of the circles that they were performing, subpar players. Like, the way they played with Youngster, the way they played with xFloud, the way they played with LNZ, players who maybe shouldn't stack up to the teams they were stacking up to. The way they used them was very good. That Saw having a lot of impact in a very short time because he got only 1 season with them. And I really respect that. I really like that. They took big steps from the Sangle core that was pretty solid online and couldn't perform on LAN to this Heroic lineup, which played very well in planes and group stages, very nearly made playoffs in Dallas, I believe. And yeah, I was very impressed. That's why Saw is my 4, similar to why he's your 5.
Yeah, I think Ball's a bit generous, but that's okay.
It is, yeah.
At 3, just because he had not as impressive of a run this year as he did last year, I have Blade. I have Blade at 3. Some people are not going to have him top 5, which I find weird. But the IGL coach duo of Na'Vi have to get some credit. None of the players are. And yet...
I'm completely the opposite.
None of the players are, and yet they make 4 prestige playoffs, including 2 top 4s. Like, they are a legit, like, strong team in contention for, like, top 5 teams of the year. They're going to be 6th, realistically. They're not actually top 5 by anyone's measures. But, like, the fact that they're even in the conversation, despite a very disappointing year, despite having to make a roster move halfway through and bring in a rookie, a kid from their academy. Yeah, I think he's done a remarkable job. I've played at 3.
Yeah, I can see it. I'm completely the opposite to you because I'm looking at the players and I'm looking at the players having good stats. I'm looking at them having a decent playoff record. And I'm kind of wondering why they didn't win anything this year. Why they didn't win one thing.
So how good do you think the Na'Vi players are? I'm struggling to understand how good you actually think they are, because you keep talking about their stats being good. You don't have any of them top 10. What is he supposed to have won?
Well, no, of course, no. Like,
how good are they?
Fucking Mouse won an event this year, like, without any proper star players. Fucking Aurora won a small trophy, and I get Na'Vi did as well. It was a fucking Mickey Mouse Cup. It was always going to be Na'Vi. They had opportunities,
which was
bigger.
Was it?
Better opposition.
Was it?
Yes! The fucking Budapest event that Na'Vi won. It had 8 teams, and their closest opposition was NIP, fresh off the fucking CCT grind. That's like...
Aurora beat.
I can see why you'd put Blade, and I'm sure there's a tactical reason for it.
as well. There's massive tactical components to everything a coach.
Why I
should be
hate
credited
this
for.
category is because it is just a question of who do you think is the smartest? Who do you think sounds the smartest? And I think a lot of it comes down to a bias in that sense. And you can argue me on this. I'm just so sure that you see the long interviews where Blade knows exactly what to say, and consciously or not, that sounds
You
competent.
have
That's why
very
he's a good
boldly
coach.
assumed I listen to any interviews anyone does. Just so you
Well,
understand.
listen to people who do listen to the interviews and listen to this discourse.
None. I don't listen to almost anyone about anything. I am that much of a cunt. I watch the games, and I come to my conclusions, and I don't care what anyone says, pretty much anywhere, with few exceptions. I like some of the stats guys who come up with deeper bits of analytics that I like to use and reference. I'm not watching 2-hour Blade interviews to figure out what the fuck he's talking about. I see some headline quotes and I mock them, like his master plan quote from last year, which then ended up at times coming true. But for real, man, you've done enough shows with me. I don't listen to any of this shit.
My number 3 is Cyclone, and this is similar to Maui. He actually kind of convinced me of this, which is that Mouse have had an impressive level as a team. I don't give a lot of credit to any of their players. They had a first-time IGL stepping in, and Cyclone, despite, fucking love Brolan, your T-sides are shit. They've been shit all year, unfortunately. And you know this, you've said this is not controversial. Still, you maintain that level with that adjustment. I have to give a lot of credit to Cyclone for that. And especially, there's the way they made that change as well is that they committed to having Shui continue in 2025. They played what? They played one event. I think they played Blast Bounty with Shui. Then they cut him. Like the transfer, the whole transfer
they
market
played
is done.
with him. No,
they played Kata with Xelix.
They had his Xelix. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I just knew Brolan wasn't there in my head. Spinks wasn't there either.
Yeah, the way they made that adjustment as well. You make so short notice, quite little time to prep. I have to assume. Like this is not something. If you were considering making this move, you would have made it in the transfer period. But you committed to Shui and changed your mind, which is questionable. But you then immediately hit the ground running and win the trophy that they won. Still managed to have this strong playoff record. Some credit to Cyclone for that, and yeah, that's plus rep for that.
I have Cyclone above this. I think Cyclone deserves more credit than that.
Yeah,
considering we're talking about a mishmash team where I have my highest ranked mouse player at 10. Just spoilers, guys. I have my highest ranked mouse player at 10. Despite that, they're in pretty much every single big event top 4. The only exception is the Budapest Major, the Esports World Cup. Those are the 2 HLTV big events where they are not top 4. Insane run. Incredible run. And the IGL change is another factor that you have to consider. Like, come on. We're talking about a guy who's not an IGL. He hasn't shown anything particularly amazing. Like, realistically. There's nothing to give us any impression. He's great. I know he's got vocal pieces on the team who are enabled and allowed to call certain things. The fact that Cyclone has made this work and kept this team going, especially between events, after all these tough losses, yeah, Cyclone's pretty damn great. Number 2.
I think it's fair.
I have the second.
This is where I have it. Oh, sorry, I thought you had him number 2. My bad.
No, I have Cyclone second.
Oh.
I have Mara. That's where I put Mara. Like, this is still a team of... Again, remind me, how many top 10 players are on Mongols for you?
0.
Is Blitz going to win IGL of the Year for you?
No. He's on the list, but no.
So, what works about Mongols? What works about Mongols? And it's basically Mara controlling the culture and the style of the team. Now, he has Blitz as his very reliable number 2, like in that sense. But this is quite clear from the outside looking in. Obviously, incomplete picture, but I'm going to decide that I know best. This is quite clearly Mara's dream, like his conception, his execution, and then just to add on to that, they do lose a player for whatever reason. I'm going to assume Mara wasn't beating him with a stick, and they bring in controllers and still execute at a super high level. They also, the star player they lose, relatively meh as a star for a team that's going to go win events, be in top 4s, be in top 2s. As much as he has nice peaks and pretty looking clips, Senzu, not that great this year. Clearly, I have him 12. You had him 14 or some shit. This is a really impressive coaching job. More than anything else, to make playoffs at the major as well, with controllers, random motherfucker standing in. It's incredible work. Next year, I expect Mongols to keep getting better. Springboard into number 1? No. Technically hit number 1 this year, which was strange. But I expect them to keep making top placings, good playoff runs. I expect Mazinho to be even better, as he showed some flashes. Techno had that one event, which I still don't really care about. Still not a Techno guy. But I think they will be better next year. And I think this year we've shown more growth than ever expected. So Mara, number 2.
Yeah, I hate this category because I don't have the tactical eye that you have. I don't know how to differentiate what is Mara doing, what is Blitz doing, what is Alexi B doing, what is Blade doing. And I'm terrible at that. I go by interviews and I do lean into this feels good. And
your problem is here. You don't speak Mongolian.
Hearing your rationale for where you put Extas, I kind of agree. He should be 4th, but in the list I prepared before this, I put him 2nd. He won 8 trophies, and I kind of like, again, what is Apex? What is Extas? Well, it has to be a combination of both. If I split what they did this year 50-50, I still put Extas above Cyclone, who won 1 trophy, Saw, who won nothing. This is why it's very tricky for me to judge. So I'll just say that Extas is there. I don't think, in hindsight, your rationale, it's fair. I don't think so. You are going to be very interested in who I put number 1. And I have an interesting rationale for that as well.
Because I have Cyclone at 1. I think he's done an incredible job with all the difficulties of this year, the lack of superstar, or even mostly, you could argue star firepower that anyone gives credit to this team. I think Cyclone's done a fantastic job. Could be your number 1. Let me think. Let me try and guess.
Yeah. And I'm curious on how you're going to pick this one apart.
I don't... Lord of Bows, you've picked Hallie. I'm going to be very irate. Because...
No, he gets the prep wrong.
Exactly. He gets the prep wrong, guys. How could he be number 1? If you've picked Neo, I will throw a brick at you. Zonic... Zonic is... There's no way. You could have chosen... You could have, I think, chosen Sida of Furia. That would be an interesting... wrong pick, but it'd be interesting.
I have chosen City. And
you have?
Yes, and look, my rationale is, okay, in my opinion, I've always said that it matters to a degree how good a single IGL is on his own, how good a single coach is on his own.
Okay.
What matters in the end is the pairing. It's always the pairing. And I think, despite being relatively inexperienced, City looks like he's paired up with Fallen so well, and it looks like they complete each other in a very good way, where, especially with the difficult adjustment that Furia did, we all thought, we really thought the experiment with Molodoy and Yekindar, when they made the move, Furia were in dire straits. We thought that looks like it's not going to work. That looks like a super weird culture clash. That looks like, how the hell is Casey Rotter going to speak English? And despite that, City has to have played a big role in doing that. And this is the pairing is so strong that since I feel like City and Fallen are kind of opposites. One of them is inexperienced, feels very analytical. The other, Fallen, is, while he's clever, I do feel like he is, maybe his most important role is that he is the father figure. He is a true leader of men in that sense. Mm-hmm. And I think maybe the fact that they are so different, that they have almost no qualities in common, means that the City Fallen pairing is perfect and complete. There's nothing lacking there. And baseline for their success. Now, I want to know how you can pick that apart, because again, I don't have the tactical eye. What do you see in...
I don't hate it. I don't actually hate it.
What do you see in Furia, which means City isn't top 5?
The part of the year where they don't have Yekindar, they don't have Molodoy, and they are utterly embarrassing in every facet of play, not just firepower. Tactically, nothing is working. It's all bad. And then I add Yekindar and Molodoy, and yeah, we've worked ourselves into shape as a team. And for that, I can give a coach credit, especially the difficulty of the transformation. Yeah, I can give credit. I don't actually hate this take that much. I didn't consider it. Like, Siddur wasn't in my consideration for top 5.
He's forgettable. He's forgettable.
I guess. I mean, I know what he looks like. I've seen him talk in timeouts. Like, I know what he looks like. I just didn't think about it that much because I think I was too fixated on this year in terms of Yekindar's resurgence. Like, he joins this new team.
Yeah.
He plays his same similarish way, but it executes well, and the team adjusts to him well. I can give Siddur credit for that. Molodoy initially comes into the team. I have this big segment in my prospects video just before he starts playing with them that basically says his playstyle is too isolated and solo. He's too hero mode. So I worry how he's going to play in this team, which needs certain things from him, which will require him to like play off the shoulder sometimes, and also comm in a foreign language. As much as he does have a translator, live round, it's like, bloody hell, what are you going to do? Like, that's just, you got to say something. And by the end of the year, he's speaking decent enough English, it seems, in some of the comms videos that are released, and some of the comms like clips that I hear. So I don't hate this pick, because tactically towards the end of the year, they look pretty damn strong. I mean, they get absolutely embarrassed by Blade. They showed that despite everything they achieved, they didn't understand they'd get anti-stratted. So I guess if I wanted to pick it apart to the extreme, I'd be like, that one fucking series, you know?
Yeah.
To the
but
extreme.
The series before, I think the series they played against each other before that was when Furiel managed to do a best of 5 reverse sweep in a grand final.
Yeah, at Thunderpick or...
Yeah.
Yeah, Thunderpick.
Yeah, it would have been Thunderpick, yeah.
Yeah, in the midst of the main season when, you know, as a lot of people have told me, there's not much time between events, are there? And as I've said before, you can't really fully rework your strat book that much. For the major, there was a window, and they got kind of shocked by Na'Vi and by a better prepping coach. So I guess maybe you could say he's not the greatest prepper in that sense. Like, he didn't prep well for that one, but the course of the year, no, it's a very impressive coaching job on the same sort of grounds that I've given other coaches credit. It's tough. Now, he does have more firepower than pretty much every other coach out in the top 3. Like, there's more firepower
deepest
than
lineup next
Blades,
to Vitality,
like, combined. But no, fair take. I'll give you a lot of credit. That's one of your best takes of the year.
Nice. This is my absolute worst category. I cannot pick in this, but like
5, 4, 3, 2.
Pairing is
you were questionable, but 1, I liked it.
Glaive is shit without Zonic, and Zonic has won, well, a bit, but it's basically one major and not much else, which was the Paris major, without Glaive.
Yeah,
is Zonic the greatest coach of all time? Is Glaive the greatest coach of all time?
Win majors with that.
Yeah, it's so judging Zonic on his coaching, judging Glaive on his leadership. Sometimes, you know, two third grade people combined to make the best of all time. Fallen and City are not the best of all time, but you know, it's the pairing that matters, and it matters in the context of the team, and that's where I think City is he completes the team in a way.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Now we move on to the other half of the leadership / tactical duos, where I've gone a bit weird. I'm gonna be honest. This might be my worst take of the show. My worst takes might be in this one, according to general consensus, but we'll see. IGL of the year, Quack. I'll let you go first with your 5. Who's 5th for you?
My 5 in IGL of the year. Let me just find the list. I'm pretty sure I know off the top of my head, but I didn't. I just want to make sure with my notes. My 5 is actually James.
Okay.
Look. There's top level IGLs who have done more, but we're in sort of a weird year. We're in a weird year. Let's go.
You don't need to justify it. I kind of, for my rationale to explain it, I'm sure you will as well. The online grind to get the team that he got to the major, I was just like, I've got to
through several stages of the major. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I said, guys, I preface this. I said this was going to be my worst section of the show, because in terms of how people are going to react to it, this is going to be my worst section of the show, because when I wrote this, I was feeling a bit. I was feeling a bit screwy. Something was
Yeah.
in the water that I was drinking, and it was wine. It was just wine. It wasn't water.
Yeah.
There's a lot of booze.
the thing is that there are top level IGLs who have obviously done more. All right, and this is what I think is very interesting about this year's IGL list for me is that there's top level IGLs that they've done more, but I have to disqualify them just on vibes, but also just that no, you're not winning because of tactics. Like, you know, I'm talking Hunter, Major, Brolan. These IGLs are not on my top 5 list for a reason. Chopper is not on my top 5 list for a reason. And that's, you're not winning because of your tactical game. James, to a very large degree, considering the team he has, is and was. And I'll say, just as a preface for who's next on the list, I was considering him and Snappy as basically the two callers who made the 0 to major run. James got the upper hand. I think Snappy is just outside my list because Snappy's solid. I know you love Snappy. I assume Snappy is your number 5, but he just had better pieces. Like, you gave Snappy Shush, Wrinkle, and then like Ados Dodge and fucking U-Jerks who played Cologne playoffs the year prior. Then you give him a superstar in X Casper Sky.
We all know
after
why
they've been able
U-Jerks
to
played
stabilize.
Cologne playoffs, and it's because of another great IGL, but whatever. There's a reason U-Jerks insta-benched the second they could, but whatever.
Snappy was given much better circumstances and a much better place to make the Budapest Major, and he also didn't perform as well in the Budapest Major. I think NIP played 1 stage, but I think Perivision played 2. Am I wrong?
NIP played 2 stages. Didn't make it
were
through
they
2 stages,
in the...
but they played 2 stages.
Oh yeah, okay, no, Perivision played 3. They exited in 3rd stage. So yeah. He has a, on paper, less experienced lineup, which means worse in terms of making the major and playing well at the major, on paper. Made them perform better, was instrumental in it. Bam, bam, bam. I love it. James is my number 5. Who's your number 5?
Yeah, it is Snappy. I genuinely thought about this year and what this year has been. And two of the most incredible things that I think, because at the start of the year, you've talked about this before as well with 100 Thieves next year. It's not the same thing as starting fresh in 2025 with no VRS.
Way different.
It's actually insane that without undeniable talent, this isn't like Snappy is leading the Furia roster. He's leading a bunch of players who are... Shush is a good role player in Tier 1. That's what he is prior to playing with this guy. Like, he's on Heroic. He's one of the, like, you know, those quality pieces you're like, oh yeah, could be in any team. Right?
Mm.
He's got Wrinkle, who we know is a mess. His peaks are fantastic, but he's a mess. Originally, they have U-Jerks and Aros Dosh. Aros Dosh is swapped for X Casper Sky, which is a kid. Like, that's yellow. That's a kid.
Yes.
And a U-Jerks who I didn't rate at the time. I don't rate him now. Funnily enough, he's gone. I do think he's done an incredible job with that roster. As I said, I've got James at 4. So
yeah,
I really felt like those two guys deserve to get some credit. Now, could I have done some honorable mentions bullshit and just not marred my list? Yes, I could have. But it's all well and good playing every big event when you started the year playing every big event and half your team is in the HLTV top 20. Congratulations. But I think this is a valid thing to be given credit to these IGLs for, like, to have made it out of the hood, you know, with no financial aid, unlike in 2026, you know. They made it out of the hood in a red state, you know what I mean? Like, they actually had to work. Like,
fuck. Let's move on before this analogy goes too far.
Yeah, but no, that's why I have Snappy 5, James 4. Who's your 4?
Yeah. Look, this is where I might be controversial. I actually have, and in hindsight, he should be behind James. Well, now that I think about it, I have Hooksy. Do you know what is the difference between Astralis being... Honestly, do you know what I think is the difference between Astralis literally not existing past the spring season and being a, well, maybe not a clear top 10 side, but a legitimate top 10 contender at the end of 2025.
Hooksy.
The
It is just
only
Hooksy.
difference maker is fucking Hooksy, because Cadian, the way he played with that Astralis team, the way that Astralis team played was so ass. And that was despite Stare playing pretty damn fucking good. That was despite Stown doing his regular Stown gameplay. Like, he's solid. Device, as much as we call him a choker, well, you know, parts of the year he was at least serviceable. Yabi was really not really working out, in my opinion. They make one change. In the face of dire financial issues, like, we know, why are they not signing Hooksy? The answer, like, because they got him in on like a trial or like a stand-in thing at first. Why are they not signing Hooksy? The answer is they couldn't fucking pay him. Like, they couldn't pay him a salary. That's why. So they get Hooksy in on a trial thing immediately. More or less immediately, they make a grand final in Astana. They play Spirit in a grand final. Like, immediately they are starting to beat the teams that were embarrassing them before. They actually have a decent record against Navi, for example. Like, Astralis and Navi is a matchup which has been won by Astralis several times this year. And what happens then? Well, they're selling the org. The owners, they don't find it financially viable. They have to sell it. Who's going to buy it? All of this happens. I don't think that sale goes through without the way Hooksy revolutionized Astralis. I don't think Astralis exists as an org, as a team, without Hooksy. And if that's not IGL impact in the year of 2025, I don't know what is. This guy saved jobs. That's what he did. Fuck yes, I love this. So
Hooksy 3 for stimulating the Danish economy.
Yeah, even when Stout goes out, Magis comes in. Magis kind of impressed. He's slightly better than we thought he was going to be. It was a weird change, but they kind of made it work. I gotta give Hooksy credit for making that work as well. As much as Magisk, you know, he's obviously talented. He's one of the best players of all time. He was never going to be. Honestly, Magisk was, in my opinion, Magisk was never going to be complete fucking dog shit, because he just has a base level that's going to work for Astralis in that role. But they like exceed expectations, and they make 2 grand finals in a year. They don't win anything. Now they're going international and they're making big changes. Whatever the case, Hooksy, you saved the Danish economy. Hooksy saved the Denmark's national scene single-handedly, and that gets him the nod. I put him fourth. He probably should be behind James in hindsight, just because James' achievement, competitive-wise, is bigger. But in my mind, I was like, this impact is fucking-gantic. So yeah.
Yeah, no, pretty fair. Pretty fair. I mean, I liked Hooksy this year. I came out with a lot of pro Hooksy takes. I even did when he was on G2 for crying out loud. But oh yeah, he deserves this. He deserves this. I don't have him in my top 3. My top 3 are responsible, reasonable takes. But a good placing at 4. I think 4 is fair. 4 is fair for Hooksy. I think if I had to extend my list, he'd probably end up in 6 or 7. So yeah. No, it's nice. At number 3. Who do you have?
Blitz. I assume we might have the same top 3.
There we go.
This is where I give Mongols the tactical credit. I assume we have the same top 3. I assume we have them in the same order.
Well, I have Blitz at 3, and as much as IGL of the year, you shouldn't care about fragging. I do. I just kind of do. That's part of what is James' appeal as well. So in a year of dreadful AWPers, he was okay against top opposition. And Blitz, in a year where he needed to pull some rounds out of his arse, despite it being his worst fragging year, still, eye test clears, you know? Like, he's got the highest fucking firepower of any IGL, really. 53.
Yeah.
Like, no one's coming close. You know, he gives you something that most IGLs don't. And the mid-rounding out of the Mongols is still pretty solid. Like, it's not insane, it's not amazing, but it's still pretty solid. I think Blitz deserves 3.
Yep. For your number 2, now this is interesting. So we didn't give a lot of credit to Extas for doing what they did. I assume you have put Apex as number 1.
I have.
Yes. Okay. Fair. And Fallen is your number 2.
No.
The fuck? Who is?
Alexi B.
Shut the fuck up!
Do you understand how fucking precise you have to be to get Imma a 112 rating for the year? I'm sorry.
This is fucked up.
I just don't care for Fallen and his IGLing this year. It's nice.
See,
it's a nice four event run, but I watched the entire year, lads. I'm sorry. I watched the entire year. I didn't just watch the second season.
The guy who comes in and says "Fallen Goat" all the time.
He was earlier.
Okay, good. Retribution. Look, one of us is giving credit to Fallen, and it's me.
Mr. Zeus is greater all time. Everyone calls for Fallen. He has too much help. Sorry, he's trash. Has him number 2 for the year when Yekindar joins and you made that whole case. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Furia, in my opinion, are the second most tactically sound team in the world.
Behind.
And Vitality. For 2025. And I have to, like, I gave credit to City, I have to give credit to Fallen as well. It's LXB, like I said,
I'm trying to find what it is about Na'Vi wins them games anymore. Like, how did they win?
I can see what you're saying, but like I said before, it's like
put them at top 4 every event. Like, did we just all those prestige events where they made top 4? Did we just give them that placing? Like, how did they make this happen? Like, what is going on?
It's no, yeah, that's me. Apex number 1. I wrote for my rationale, no explanation needed.
No explanation needed. They did a fantastic job in mid rounds. They had great adjustments. They made great plays. He even, at the start of the year was one of the best, like, fragging riflers in some of his positions, just generally, when they were in that big run. But yeah, no, I don't have Fallen top 5. I have Alexi B. What is there to say? Like, they run such fantastic fucking T sides. It's part of it's the game plan, part of it's the man executing the entire game plan. And if they're not a top 5 IGL and coach, I don't understand how they can be credited with winning anything. Like, the wins don't exist because no one else is doing anything worthy of commendation according to your lists. Like, they're just 4 miracles. Like, is that what it is?
They didn't win anything, is the thing.
They did literally win something, anyway. And they won many great series to make many a top 4, and it's just by divine intervention, apparently. Like, this is peculiar.
That's IGL of the year. Do we have a retake game, despite it all? We have a retake game?
We do, and it's kind of a game. I told you about it before the show. It's a game in the end.
Yeah.
It is a draft. Look, we're going to retake the entire year. And we're not going to talk about a lot of players who are very good. So what I thought we'd do is we'd do a draft, like a competitive draft, where me versus you, we try to build the best 5. Then I'll put up a poll in chat, and chat can vote on who drafted the best team. This is classic YouTube Shorts content, of course. And our draft is going to be with players who didn't make the top 20. So, the top 20, either one of us made, or HLTV, and technically just who you made yourself and HLTV, because we didn't know each other's at the time. Though I have had to remove a player who was spectacularly at number 12. I did not expect that. No longer draftable. I've just removed him. But yeah, I
have 0 of your top 20 players.
I'm not surprised because mine made sense. So yeah, I've prepped it. You've prepped it. Do you want to go first? I'll let you go first. Screw it.
All right.
By the way, sorry, just to jump in it, we're not drafting IGLs. That's just gonna be another rifler spot. Just keep it simple.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it gets a bit awkward.
I think I'm gonna have to go for PR here and get my one of my anchor closers out of the way.
I have to delete 2 players. You're just getting the top 20 for some stupid reason. God damn. This is so.
Yeah,
shit.
I'm going for PR partly because I just don't want you to have him. So good job.
That's okay.
Now I have him.
I will open up my team with. You know what? You loved him. You didn't have him in your top 20. You had him in your honorable mentions. I'm gonna take Lato. Get me a more proven closer, I guess.
I mean, yeah, fair pick. Yeah. Do you want to go again like a snake draft, or do I go again?
Let's snake it then.
Yep.
to pair with him, give me an aggressive rifler. I'm considering Dumal. I'm not going to go Dumal. I'm actually going to take... Yeah, I'll give him some credit. You mentioned him already this video. No. Changing my mind. I'm going Stare. I'm going to take Stare as like a kind of bitch player, kind of OPT side player. I'm taking Stare.
I really don't mind that pick. Somebody, I think Asylum mentioned them in chat early on when doing the honorable mentions. It's fair. I completely gloss over them, but yeah, they are fair. So I have 2 picks here. Now I'm gonna go for Tinier for a rotator opener player. So that's my pick for that. Now, okay, do I want to get one of the AWPers out of the way? Because it's interesting. Who might you go for an AWPer? No, I'm gonna take my second anchor spot and I'm gonna go for Yuri as my more supportive element.
Okay. See, I'm not really too worried about the AWP spot. I'm not too worried because I think this is going to be won and lost on the riflers, and I think that's where my prep is just going to shine. Give me.
I think so far I have. Yeah. Okay.
Give me Jam Young.
Fair.
Give me a legit fucking nutcase opening player. And then look, I've got some stars. I've got a bit of supportive play and Stare. I probably should take another true support. True support. Anchor doesn't need to do much on the offensive side. I'm taking
I know what you're taking. Oh, okay.
I was between him and another guy, but I went with Zontix just because
I know that other guy.
The numbers are there.
Yeah. So my final 2 picks now. I need to get an AWPer and I need another opener, like rotator kind of star player guy.
Yeah, you don't actually, but that's okay.
No, and maybe I'll go for somebody else, somebody a bit unexpected. I will take for my AWP role. I will take Woxic. You did say the pure AWP play.
The pure play is pretty solid, yeah.
I won't mention who my other candidates are just in case you haven't thought about it, but they are just a bit too far into tier 2, so I'll have to take Woxic for the experience. And as my final pick, we weren't picking IGLs, but I am taking I feel like this lineup makes sense on paper. I am taking Blame F.
Okay. Damn, okay.
Yeah.
Fair. I mean,
yeah.
He's shown some pretty good stuff this year. Very few big events, but yeah, okay.
Very few, but like, there's no denying. Like, he's the Smooya of rifling, except less controversial
and better at big events. But yeah,
yes.
I'm going to round out. I need an AWPer.
Yes.
And a lot of you are aware, I've been rather disgusted with a lot of top AWPers.
Yes.
So, Wonderful is probably the only viable option who's not top 4 for me. Obviously, he's in my list, in your list. Woxic I don't hate, but I maybe would have gone with him. But instead, I'm taking Grix. Give me talent.
Nice.
Give me talent. Like, talent over everything else. So the 2 teams read out. Let me just put the poll up. It is...
So, yeah.
My team, Lato, Stare, Jam Young, Zontix, and Grix. And Quack, yours is...
TR, Tinier, Yuri, Woxic, and Blame F. We've gone different routes here. You've gone for talent, I've gone for maybe tier 1 experience, I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
In a couple of spots. I was considering a Liege, but yeah,
I was too in the Jam Young spot. The Jam Young and Stare decision I was making was I could have gone a Liege, but
yeah,
here we are.
Do you know what I thought was going to be yours instead of Zontix? I thought you were going to go for Shush, because Shush has had a great year with a small sample size.
He has. The other guy, the guy I was actually considering was Mazinho.
Not a bad pick.
Because I am a techno hater and therefore need to buff Mazinho's image in public.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the draft. A quick little retake game, just to mention some other players who haven't really had too much attention. I think that's the reason we threw that in there. Just a little break before we get into players who definitely weren't going to be mentioned here. The top 10. Here we are. This is the big one. Right. I want you to lead off. Who's your number 10? Because I've already said who mine is pretty much explicitly.
Yep. Mine is Xantares. I honestly, look, again, numbers-wise, could be higher. I've docked him for similar reasons why you put him at 11th. Aurora have had a near perfect playoff record this year. The big downer for them in 2025 is not being able to convert that into a trophy, convert that into honestly, not very many deep runs even. For like Aurora and Mouse are the teams who make playoffs basically every single time. Mouse at least make a bunch of grand finals. Aurora made maybe 1 or 2 in big events, 2 in big events, I think, and a couple in smaller events. While like you can vibe him up quite a lot by saying, well, the team is bad, the leadership is bad, etc. He's also a contributor. His group stage to playoffs is 119 to 109. I'm not overly impressed by that personally. I was surprised you had him this low. I thought you would have him inside the top 10, but on account of that.
The big event play it's just not been good enough from the team, and I didn't really give any credit to the bad events they won. The bad events they contended in.
Yeah, but Xantares is my number 10, and I could have put him lower, but he ended up being here.
Fair enough. So my number 10 is Spinks. As I said, I think that's the only real top 10 player they had this year on Mouse. And it was a pretty good year in terms of, making these playoffs, occasionally having to win a game to make top 4. Sometimes they were direct top 4, how it is sometimes with the way these groups work. But I think Spinks, an incredible level of difficulty faced. No layups in playoffs. They didn't attend shitty events like Aurora did, like Mongols loved to do. They made sure they only competed with the best, and their numbers suffered for it. I think that's just the reality of their situation. Could I have docked him more because he's a 102 against Vitality? Like I could have, but considering like last year, I talked about Torji and his playoff numbers and the team collapsing. When I've always thought that one of the links to go in MOUZ was Brolan, and he's now the IGL, and I need to win these games. I think Spinks has done a fairly good job, and I'm going to keep him at 10. That volume is insane. It's been a pretty tough year for them, but impressive considering they will still be one of the 5 top teams of the year. Like they will be up there, despite only one real event win. So yeah, Spinks for me is 10. Let's get into the interesting stuff, because I think 9 onwards we haven't even discussed any of these players yet.
Well, no. You and I have touched on 2 of them at least. My number 9, and I changed this pretty much last minute. My number 9 is Frozen for 2025.
Okay, 9 Frozen, not like in the not stat cell this week.
This was tough. He has very few low points. He's very consistent on face for the year. His floor is very high. What I wrote down is a typical Frozen year is a top 10 year, and that's the case in 2025 as well. He is also, the sample size for playoffs is smaller. Like I said, Heavy God has played more playoff maps overall than Frozen has, which speaks a lot. But he gets better in playoffs. He gets significantly, his rating improves from his other ratings as he moves into playoffs, and that's something which I respect, which I think is very good. 117 to 119. He gets better as the pressure increases. He's good in prestige events. He's good in prestige playoffs. Well, decent anyway. Even if it is just that those 11 major playoff maps, and 2 of them were very disappointing, losing to Mongols in Austin. But yeah, Frozen is my number 9, and I assume that you have him at least in the upcoming group.
I will. So at 9, I had Queserata. Yeah, you don't get to suck in the games you sucked in and not get slightly docked for it. Your numbers are nice and all, but big event playoffs are a 112. All of a sudden, disappears. I wasn't moved as much by Queserato's year. He gets some credit for his stats, but not entirely. I don't care when you're 12th, 14th at Bucharest that you're a 123. I'm just not as moved by that. And he has a decent go of it towards the end of the year when they start winning titles. He's a good EVP level player. He has a couple that borderline MVP, and he has 1 MVP outright. But he's just not actually been that great. If you look at actual playoffs and those big games, like he's been very, very solid, just not great. So I'm not as moved by KSrato's year as a lot of people are. I have a teammate of his ahead of him. I have both the FaZe guys that we're going to talk about ahead of him. I just don't think it's been that great a year. Now,
see the different, yeah.
Now look, if he had a, I guess like that 5 to 10% extra to get those MVPs in that sense, play those grand finals better, play against those top 5 teams, those top 10 teams that he played in playoff, where he's a 106. If he was stronger in those games, I'd be more willing to have him higher, but just isn't. His 112 rating in playoffs is fine. It's a lot of Mongols and pain games though. Just not as moved. Not as moved.
It's a lot of prestige adjustment for him, I would assume, as well. He played 9 prestige playoff maps, and he was sub 1 over those 9.
Yeah, and a quarter of his big event playoff games are against bums. Like he's on the high end of that. Like,
yeah,
and he inflates. He's a 138 in 5 maps against Pain. He's a 142 in his maps against Astralis. 125 against MIBR. Like,
yeah,
his only good opponent that he's good against is Spirit. So yeah, not moved.
I see it. I see what you mean. I don't agree. As you can judge by my reaction, I have him higher. Very surprised.
Right, I thought we loved pressure. I thought we loved the pressure games. I thought we loved the tough games.
I do.
And so all of a sudden,
there's a tough thing here, which is I mentioned I put players in groups, and he ended up in a group with three other players that I was considering, and within those players, he is accurately ranked within playoff rating and prestige events. It's just the fact that because he has won several trophies, because he's played twice as many playoff maps as Frozen, for example, who we just mentioned, I had to put him above. Like I had to put him distinctly above Frozen. But my bad. When my phone calls and it's attached to my headphones.
Okay. I was wondering. I thought there was such a weird silence there.
But the one thing I can see is putting him above Molodoy, who is to come for you, unless you put Yuri in here.
I told Yuri's 25.
I can see that.
I have fallen number 3.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see making the move for Molodoy there. So that I respect. I think when I get to explaining where I've put him, I think you might not think it's unreasonable unless your opponent adjustment speaks differently. But because, like I said, I didn't really do one of those. But yeah,
it's not an adjustment actively that I made. It was more.
No, but like
it was a vibe, and then when I checked, I was right. Like that's how this thing worked
exactly.
out. I just verified my findings, and it was unfortunately correct.
My number 8 is the other phase rifle, and it's Twists. Oh,
you have Twists and Frozen. Okay, next to each other.
I have Twists and Frozen next to each other. They are very similar. So I think, given your prestige event consideration, which is heavier than mine, you have put Frozen ahead of Twists. Because he is a 104 in prestige events, while Frozen is a 115. I couldn't really separate them because Frozen is also better Twist is also better in playoffs overall, 122. That is very high. Like that is, I think, on my list of players, that would be like aside from Jam Young and Mattis, who were in the MVP events and played in playoffs and MVP events, he's 3rd best in playoff rating, next to the obvious top 2. So with that, that's impressive. It's a smaller sample size, but still 26 maps. So the main reason what it came down to for putting Twists above Frozen is this is where my eye test came in. Twists has more potential for flipping around, turning it on its head, bullshit rounds than he has more potential in his big toe than any other player in the world has in their entire body. And that's the eye test that comes out of it. It's not, you can't measure it. The round, you can try. The round swing is identical for Frozen and Twists, if you try. But the fact that Twists can win so many rounds from, like in clawback situations, the fact that he can find these quick succession multi-kills, head on a swivel, rounds that, you know, in the major we saw Jacob had one of those rounds. Launders, oh, this is a twists round. The fact that he says that, that's the thing which is special about twists, and that's what put him above Frozen for me in the end, because it was flat out tied in my mind, and in the end, that's what took him above.
So yeah, strange twist rationale to me. I think you've done something wrong in your like evaluations, because I don't understand how you've ended up with twists at a 104 for prestige events, and he's a 110 in prestige events playoffs. So
oh yeah, he is. He is. I had him at a 113 in 9 maps.
Yeah, well, 9
but he was
maps.
Surprisingly low. Remember, he played 3 of the prestige events with Liquid, where they finished last.
Yes, 9 prestige playoffs. But
yeah,
his overall prestige rating at a 104 is just weird. Like, that's just not correct. Have you just averaged the 4 prestige events and not factored in?
No. I put them into a context filter and took them off the list. I sorted by rating and I took them there. His Cologne is a 0.67. His Katowice is a 108 with Liquid, non-playoff appearance.
Yeah, I know.
His Awesome Major is a 115, and then actually, yeah, this is weird.
How the fuck you end up at 104, dude? Like,
I added them all to a context, thing, as you can do on the stats page. No play-ins.
Yeah, so did I, and I got it right. So I don't know what you've done.
I didn't have any play-ins included or anything. I literally just went by those 4, and then I checked the list. He was at a 104.
I don't know.
I'm gonna double check because I'm pretty sure he is. But yeah, if I've done something wrong, then
maybe you're looking
even better than, because I did put twist above.
Yeah,
like
so
even better.
That
was my main detraction from him.
That's your 8, right?
That was my 8. Yep.
Yeah, my 8's Frozen.
Yeah.
So Frozen, yeah, fantastic year. Absolutely insane consistency, and also insane just pop-offs. This is a year that you defined as just another Frozen year. Complete bollocks. It's not another Frozen year. This is, as we've talked about many times this season, or this year rather, this is the Frozen, the calories count. Yeah, like this is the year where he started winning games for his team, and he was much better, and he was much more involved. He wasn't too passive. He did a lot more this year. So I think that categorization, or that characterization rather, is off. For me, this is one of Frozen's best years, and atypical to many of the years we've seen play in the past, where it's like, oh, Frozen's 83 ADR and 0.72 KPR or 0.75 KPR. And we're like, but it's not really mattering, and we're watching the game and it doesn't feel that important. This year it felt really important. This year it felt more impactful. He only ends up this low relative to that because, the numbers are nuts. Because this was a nuts year. Loaded with teams that did better than FaZe, played more big events than FaZe, and also players who just absolutely shone. So I do have Frozen at 8. Until the last 3 months of the year, he probably would have been like 5. Like, it was crazy how good he was playing. And there wasn't that much competition. So yeah, that's my Frozen is at 8.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I did just send you the screenshot. HLTV stats page, if you put all the prestige events together, they show him at a 104 average. It's
probably I've allowed play-ins because I did it on a bigger number of players.
No, I just did the big event thing as a whole. If I'm looking at prestige events, look, I can get behind checking the play-ins for like the year as a whole, but if I'm doing prestige events, I'm literally looking for the biggest pressure. So then I'm looking at group stage and playoffs. I assume that's what's different about it.
Yeah, it must be.
But yeah, Frozen is fair. It's a fair pick. I wouldn't put him above Keserato, as you have done, as you will see. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, Keserato just not actually that impressive. The calories, if we want to talk about them being empty, in terms of gun round versus not gun round, all that kind of stuff, we should also talk about it in terms of who you actually played in those big event playoffs rather than just trusting that it matters. I don't care that you're 138 against Pain and you also play them twice in big event playoffs. Like, that's fake.
Yeah.
That's just nonsense.
I wonder where we would put the FaZe players if they hadn't had the Budapest run. Let's say they still make stage 3, but they exit at like a reasonable, like a 1-3, where you might expect FaZe to end up.
Knock them down a spot, maybe each.
Really? With 0 prestige playoff maps?
Oh, actually, that would knock them down a lot more.
Frozen Grab 2, but they lost it. Like, it was a
no, they probably
big loss
knocked down a
against
good
Mongols.
chunk, actually. Probably like
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm
two
thinking.
spots a pop, maybe two or three spots a pop. But the
might put them outside
rest of
top
their
10,
numbers
yeah.
are so good.
Yeah.
They're just so damn good. It's like everyone they faced, they creamed. Like, in terms of level of opposition, they fucking creamed everyone. Yeah.
My number 7, is that what we're looking at?
7, yep.
This was the last minute adjustment. I moved him up. I have Molodoy.
Same.
Like I said, he has top 5 elements in his play. Like, there's elements of Molodoy's play, which is clearly top 5. It is just that unpolished, like that lack of polish.
It's a sort of consistency problem. It's a bad death problem. You can't put him much higher.
Yeah.
Like, he's worthy of the accolades he receives in this season. But overall, his playoffs were not all sparkling, especially the prestige ones. He had a bad playoffs as well at London. And so that with the sample and the bad things in the sample just drag him down. And that's why his average is a 110 rating despite a 0.76 KPR, which is like incredible for one of the, for an AWPer this year. But it ends up being, he ends up getting tanked in his ratings because he's got an AWP. So I think rating 3.0 probably punishes Molodoy the hardest of anyone in the top 20, but in the world, really, because 0.76 KPR and a 19% multi-kill rate, like, he should be, that's Frozen's numbers, but with more kills, He's got more kills, fewer deaths than Frozen. He's getting punished by the eco adjustment, but also, I have to admit, I do think he has been a bit rough in certain spots and with certain decisions and certain plays. He's gone for too much. He'll get better. He'll be top 5 next year, almost without a doubt. If he keeps this up, he'll be top 5.
Yeah, there's events where even in their winning run, when they win Blast Rivals, he doesn't even get an EVP nod. Granted, there's only 3 EVPs, but like, he doesn't even, like, Keserato and Yekindar get it, because in playoffs he wasn't that good. He was 104 against Pain in the semifinal. The Falcons game is the only playoff game which matters, and he's a 113. Both Yuri and Yekindar are ahead of him. And
again, it's strange though, because you're like, he's a 0.81 KPR in that playoff. He's fucking bragging. Like, it's actually nuts. So I really, he's got a 20% multi-kill rate in that playoff run. Like, he is nerfed by HLTV rating 3.0. It's the one complaint I have. Is basically, if you're as hard an AWPer as Molodoy, you're underrated. But again, for the reasons that I've quoted, and I'm okay with.
Yeah, but then there's other events like Thunderpick. He has a overall pretty weak grand final, but against Navi. But those final 2 maps, the big blowouts, that's where he shines. Like, he shines on Dust 2 and Train as the top fragger of the team. In that, in Fisher Playground, this was like maybe the breakout moment for Molodoy for me. Was in the semifinal against Falcons, destroyed Munesy in that game. So good. So these games, that's what puts him up for me. It's like he has 2 MVPs, and look, say whatever you want about the quality of those events. Say what you want about, what HLTV considers about MVPs and EVPs. There are only 4 players who have more than 1 MVP award in 2025, and Molodoy is one of them. So
yeah, it's zywoo, donk, Munesy, Molodoy.
Yes, exactly. So it's clear to me that he should be at this spot.
At this rate, top 20, top 5 next year. Sorry. Yeah, so we both had the same 7. My 6 is Twists. I assume this is where you've put Keserato. I think Twists, just the eye test, the numbers, everything's just so on point. Like, I get the playoffs are limited in number, and that should nerf him. And actually, my numbers, it did. The only vibe adjustment I had to make to Twist was I knocked him down because I thought it was too high. The numbers loved him. Like, 9 prestige playoff maps, that's 1 run. That's more than most players. And that's kind of what is nuts. I was a big fan of Twist this year. I think this is going to be one of the most dangerous sides to face next year as well, this phase side with Frozen, with Twists. They're probably going to make changes at some point as well, because Brokey cannot keep living on this fucking this cliff that he's just always sat on. But yeah, Twists, vital to them. One of the few things that actually worked about Liquid. Takes them to playoffs, drops massive numbers. at a couple big events. I have to give him that. He's my stat cell pick of the fucking like top 20. I feel like, but fucking hell, the eye test was also magnificent.
Yeah, it is. I like to call it bullshit rounds. The ones you pull out of your ass and twists. He can get a lot of those more than probably anybody else. You are gonna go insane because my 6th is Shiro. This is genuinely. Did you fucking know that Shiro's prestige playoff rating is worse than every mouse player I considered, every Navi player I considered? His prestige playoff rating is worse than all of them. It's worse than Flamesy. It is worse than fucking Senzu. And I get that he's played 20 maps. Fucking Flamesy's played 23. All the mouse players have played 16. The Navi players have played 15. Flamesy, like fucking Senzu even has played 13. It's dire. So, like I said, I got into a group of 4 players, right? This is the start of that. Shiro's the lowest player in that group. And they're sort of different in different ways. I have mostly ranked them on playoff rating, prestige event rating, and prestige playoff ratings. And Shiro is out of that group. He is, except with the exception of one player, who I'll get to later, he is the lowest in all of those stats in this group of 6. So that is why he ends up on the bottom of this group. And he has slightly more maps. He's won 4 trophies. This was not a good Shiro year. And this was a year where Shiro farmed non-top 10 opponents. His differential from overall rating is 120 in MVP events. Against top 10 teams, he's 111. That is a huge drop-off for a player who consistently plays in playoffs, has won trophies, and consistently plays top opposition. To drop off against not just top 5, top 10 to that degree doesn't deserve a top 5 placing, in my opinion. I think you will agree he's either 5th or 6th on your list. I think you will agree on that. And I was very close between those two. But he just ended up being worse in every regard.
I think you're a step too far. That's essentially my Shiro.
I am. This is controversial. This is controversial. I am a step too far, but it's just that's genuinely I wrestled with this for a long time.
Because he has several genuinely insane runs. And I know 2 of them are Blast Bounty, and that's whatever. But he has some nuts playoffs. He has some really, really strong playoffs, as well as having some massively like disappointing ones by average rating, like 103, 104, 101, where he, if you look into it, got Molodoid. But yeah, he does have some bad ones, and that kind of does that is a fucking huge bummer. The problem is, this is something Thorin brought up in a defensive donk that I think equally applies to Shiro. If you aren't as good as these guys are in the group stage, with how terrible everything else has been all year, you're not even talking about playoff games. And I feel like Shiro has been really good on the AWP, and I want him to be higher. And he does just kill people. He kills tons of people. And KPR matters to me. So I kept him top 5. Without actually any manual adjustment. My formula did it for me. But still. I kept him in top 5. Like,
my 6 and yeah.
I can't justify Case Rotter above him, especially given the Case Rotter
my
is
6
exactly
and 5
a playoff
are
riser. So
my 6 and 5 are splitting hairs. So I see your point. This is what I think. I ended up on this side of the line.
Yeah, for me though, Case Rotter just ends up way too high. If we're gonna be destroying Shiro for his playoff performances, which I agree, there's been way too few of them that have been good. I mean, he's a .98 prestige playoffs with a .69 KPR. Like that is not normally. Like, he's actually got a pretty impressive kill rate because it's a 20 map sample. It's not going to be some fluky bullshit. It's mostly the AWP of it all that gets him fucked on rating. But yeah, I think you've gone too far on your adjustment. Your adjustment is too violent. He is just better than Caserado this year. Like I can't tolerate it.
I see you. I think you're wrong.
It's fine. Those playoff. He's a playoff dipper as well, but against worse teams. Like I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
What's the next segment? Because we're not doing 5 immediately. What's our next thing?
No, we're not. We've got prospects of the year. So prospects of the year have to be non-rookie of the year eligible. So I don't care how young you are. You have to be non-rookie of the year eligible. Like you can't have played enough stuff to be a rookie of the year. So this has to be true prospect pulls. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At 5.
Yeah.
You're not ready? Like what?
I am ready. I've basically used the same criteria that we use when we pick prospects of the week. So I think all 5 of our players have been prospect of the week in the year. I think they're fine.
Yeah. So at 5, I have Cashlid.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, the numbers would speak to a higher level, like a higher ranking, but he does face the weakest opposition of anyone in the sort of prospect class I'm looking at. So I've kept him relatively low. At 5th, I just think in terms of the eye test as well is going to be a big factor in this. He is looking super polished and super prim and proper. I do think he'll be a good AWPer for someone. I don't think he's going to hit the heights of Molodoi or of Munacy, but he'll be better than Sun fucking Pious, and he'll be as good, if not better than Wonderful, which I think is going to be critical to him moving on to the next level. So, yeah, Cashlid's my 5.
Just now, at the time of recording, he has 3 straight LAN titles, and he's been great in all 3 of them.
What, the My Skill Pro League and Shaycas?
My Skill Pro League, Shaycas, and X21, the fucking Georgian thing. But you know what?
You're telling me he's the Shaycas champion?
He is the Shake-Ass champion. Yeah, he is, indeed.
0 top 50 teams in these lands is the problem, but yeah.
Yeah, I rate the pick. Another skilled AWPer out of fucking Russia, who is gonna end up on Astralis, I guess. At the rate it's going. Wow, yeah, he actually played in the Shake Ass. He is a Shake Ass master, and he also played in the Gluck. Fuck. Anyway,
some of these events are crazy. Gluck, young star, come on.
For my 5th pick, I've gone for zywoo. Now I have slightly considered how do I think the next year is going to look as well. And while zywoo has maybe played at the highest level out of any of the players I'm going to mention. No, second highest. Because Inner Circle did play ESL Pro League. They were very good. They've been around in like Blast Bounty level events. And they've been around like the upper tier 2 lands. Part of the reason why I put him 5th is because I'm not sure I see him going anywhere in like the spring season. He's going to be on Inner Circle, I think, or at least for the first 3 months or so. Unfortunately, because he's very talented. It's just the fact that the way Inner Circle have managed their team, the changes they're making and have been making, you can't make a second change or a third change at this rate. So I think, anyway, from memory, or whatever the case. And for that, I'm sort of like, I have slightly taken that into account. He is not top of my list. He's very talented, but he's not on top. And do you have zywoo on your list at all?
I do. Yeah, much higher. I think he's shown us he can hang and bang with the very best in his very limited opportunity and time. Playing on a team that's a bit limited in terms of style, like you don't see too much diversity out of him specifically, but he has shown an insane ceiling and insane mechanical ability. So I do have him higher than that. At 4, I have Syra, who, whilst not insanely flashy in any way, is just damn good. You know what I mean? Like he just makes good decisions, makes proper plays, and is one of the, like in the field of Danish rivals rather who play fine. He's one of the most thrilling as far as the aim and everything like that. So yeah, Syra for me is 4. Just pretty polished for a tier 2 player.
Yeah, I rate the pick. It is absolutely a fair pick. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does in 2026. It's going to be
There's some pretty nuts LAN performances this year. Like his highest rated event
yeah,
of the year, or at least one of, is DreamHack Knockout Stockholm, where they just go straight home. So second is like
yeah,
Draculan. He's a 128 with 0.8 KPR. Like he's had some really damn good LAN showings, despite being on
yeah,
a pretty mid team.
yeah. No, I mean him. And Ecstatic are all transfer listed. Like there's a lot that can happen. So it's that I'm looking forward to. Good pick. My number 4. You wouldn't have considered him, but I have to be a little bit biased. I've put in
Yeah.
Bob XD. He has impressed me to such a huge regard in 2025, and especially the fall season when he moved into eyeballers, and especially on LAN. It is actually quite nuts. His LAN rating on eyeballers since joining halfway through the year is 120, and that's a 122 on T side while playing like very hard opening roads. Played 2 grand finals, won one of them against BetBoom, 142 in that title of giveaway, like 0.95 KPR in 12 maps. He's an insane player. I think you would consider him to be on the older side for a prospect.
Yeah, he's 22. That for me is too old for prospect. Like my show,
For me, it's
the
fine.
concept is 20
Yeah.
under. I guess he's still a rising talent in that sense. Like if he played tier 1, he'd be a rookie. So he's still rising. Yeah, no, he played pretty damn good. I wanted to clown the picks, like, haha, of course you picked him, you're Swede. Picking Swedes, always just Swedes. But he played real teams as well. He didn't just play Swedish lands. And he played really well against them. So I have to give him credit.
Yeah, it's the as well one of the lands they played Passion UA twice, the new lineup with Kvem. And both of them are super close series, like 3 mappers with overtime in both of them. Bob XD, in the maps they win, he is in the one series, he's up there in the maps they lose, and the other one he's up there when they win. But like, yeah, he's played real teams. He's beat Ents. He's beat BetBoom. He's beat not just local Swedish position. Fuck it, he absolutely schooled Ecstatic in a 3 mapper. Great series in DreamHack Knockout there. So talking about Sierra. So yeah, that's why he's my number 4. Who is your number 3?
My number 3 is he's not. I don't think he's rookie of the year eligible. Like he's not, wasted his rookie year this year. So it might feel a bit weird because you saw him at the major. If you paid any attention to them, I'm having Klim. I still am on my Klim hype train. I still think he's going to be an absolute monster. Despite some of the mediocre results and some of the worst performances, like he's had some bad maps against basically when they're not a Mirage at big events. But I think Klim's a monster, just waiting to be unleashed.
Yeah, I think it's a fair pick. I didn't really consider him. I should have. He is an animal, but he is a bit. For me, the lows are a little bit too low, and that's made me. I don't believe in him as much as you do. I think because the lows have been quite low on MIBR and off MIBR, where I don't know what to think about that. Is that something like? Yeah, just haven't seen enough. I look forward to seeing more. I assume MIBR regional invites from America. MIBR are still going to be able to get into events, and we're going to see more out of Klim. But hopefully, MIBR can build a better team around him to see some better stuff.
Yeah, and Vinsani shows up the next time they play a real event and doesn't just AFK the entire time.
My next 2 picks, these were definitely prospects throughout the year. You might think they are a little bit too experienced to make the list. My next pick is my number 3 is Grix.
No, that's fine.
Right, good. He basically had his rise and fall and rise again in the year of 25 because he.
Yeah, I don't think he fell at all. I just think heroic were bums and cut him too soon.
All right, yeah, it might be the case, to be honest. But it's still a fall that he got cut and had to go back to Gun 5. But it's I'll still say prospect worthy for sure still, despite the heroic struggles. Playing on what was Aurora, he was excellent. Then playing on Astrum and then going to Gun 5, and now on Big and actually being good on Big again. This is
farming on Big. Yeah.
This felt like Molodoy and fucking Yekinar, where it's like this movie's never gonna work, and it turns out it works, at least partially. So yeah, let's see how that goes in 26. But I'm looking forward to seeing him doing good stuff. Who is your number 2?
My number 2 is Davu. That's where I have Davu.
Mm.
I think he's worthy of that kind of praise, and he's shown us that kind of level. So he kind of has to be right up there. He's going to be not in tier 1 necessarily next year, just because of Inner Circle. They're kind of in a weird spot, but I'm expecting him to get a move somewhere, or for them to retool up properly and go play some real games. So yeah, I have Dabu too.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Like again, I did partially think about like, in a way, this is me wanting to be right. If I pick 5 prospects and they actually do well, that's why I put Dabu a little bit lower. But he's talented enough to get there. I haven't seen that much personally from him. I've just seen him continually on top of the stats sheet, beating out players. But yeah, fair pick for number 2, and he's gonna be a tier 1 player very shortly. This is another one which this is the most experienced player I have on my prospects list. And you might disqualify it if you do. Just if you want to just do it. I've gone for X-Casper's guy. He started the year as a Young Ninjas player.
He did.
No, maybe as an Ents player. I can't remember when he moved, but he started the year basically outside.
He was on Ents, yeah.
Yeah, he moved there, but Ents didn't play fucking anything. So, and he very much improved during Ents. Like he was very up and down in their early events, but then very much improved into a position where he G2 wanted him, didn't get him, and then NIP eventually ended up getting him. And I get he played the major. I get he had a super good major stage.
Because he did also play Cologne main stage. Like he didn't just play the major. He also was in the main stage at Cologne.
Yeah, but we picked him as prospect of the week several times in 2025.
Maybe. Mostly on Ents though. And mostly one-offs when they were playing Star Series. And we all forgot they'd actually been to Cologne. You know, when they were playing Digital Crusade Draculan. I do think upon reflection, for me, it's tough to put as a prospect of the year because you could. I'm not sure if he actually has hit his top 20 opponent limit. Like, what's the limit on top 20 opponents? If you remember from Nero,
he would
no longer a rookie.
I'm pretty sure at this point, for this year, he could be a rookie of the year, but he wasn't on any shortlist. I'm pretty sure.
No.
The halfway.
What's disqualifying as a rookie? I'm not talking about minimums.
Let me find real quick.
There's a disqualifying number, and I think he might have already reached that.
Gonna have to find it because I have it somewhere. Fewer than 30 maps versus top 20 opposition on LAN. Fewer than 5 big events, including Super Elite play-ins. So Super Elite play-ins would be Cologne play-in and major.
Yeah, because he has 38 LAN maps against top 20.
Right, so this year he would be eligible for Rookie of the Year, but next year he won't be. So this is his rookie year.
So he is disqualified, essentially.
Shame.
It's the problem.
Yeah.
So no,
well, that's a shame.
I mean, a great pick in terms of talent, but just not really.
Yeah,
not really.
It's just his rise. His rise was so good. Like his rise was very quick. But yeah.
Yep. Still, he rose. He rose too high. Flew too close to the sun. Yeah. Well, not really, but yeah. Yeah, and
who's your number 1?
My number 1 is Grix. Like I was like, the fuck? Yeah. He's Grix. Grix number 1. I mean, I'm not a heroic bootlicker, so I blame them, not him. They should have done better. He's a mega talent. You don't just turn away talent. It is what it is. Grix has been the AWPer left to sign for like a while now. And the fact that he hasn't been is absurd. Thankfully, Big have got him. And Big are building something, it seems.
Yeah. Can you guess my number 1?
It's Poi.
Yeah, 2026 is going to be the year of the Poi. Look, okay, this is maybe this is, I won't say, I don't think this is biased out of like a personal bias. It might be biased out of just the fact that I have so much more information about him, that I know so much more about him as a player and like in TeamSpeak and outside the server. He is like, he has the maturity and like the non-tangibles of a tier 1 player, because he fills not just a role on the server, he fills a role outside the server, which is so huge for a player who's so young as him. So for that, it's like people talk about Male 09, he plays way beyond his years, he's way more mature. Poi is that times 10 in my opinion. Poi is on a level above in terms of like I think the mentality and the non-tangibles you need to have to get into tier 1 and to perform in tier 1. That's why he's easily my biggest prospect. It might very well be the case that Grix has the same. Don't get me wrong. It's just the fact that I don't know him. I don't know anybody who knows him. I never interact with him. But it's, for me, that Poi just really stands out. It's not just bias. There is a big reason why I back him so heavily. So he is expected to join 100 Thieves, according to a very handsome Fragbite reporter, and that's going to be exciting.
Can I get a name badge? Like, what was it? Fragbite? No, I don't work for Fragbite, but okay. Weird. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I saw it coming when you had Bob XD at like 3. I knew you'd have both those guys in your list. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. No, he's a talent. We'll see if your intangibles make him the mega talent that the numbers and most of the eye test haven't. But we'll see. We'll see. Coming at number 5 now. We're at the top 20.
Oh,
the meat.
I'm hungry.
The juice.
Don't mention meat and potatoes. I'm way too hungry.
The quiche Lorraine. The pizza. The.
Oh,
You know, like quiche. My God, some people.
no, that was enjoyment.
Oh, good. I'm very confused for a second. At number 5, I have Shiro. And yeah, the everything but basically are not good enough. Everything but prestige playoffs and prestige events in general, basically, were not good enough to keep him top 4 or even top 3. Because raw stats, raw fragging, he's been quite good. Just not enough though to make up for that. For that dip. I mean, ignore the fact that he has the same playoff big event or MVP event playoff rating as Keserato. It doesn't actually matter for my balancing act because at the end, prestige matters. So he doesn't.
It's too lower, but alright.
It's not. It's fine. They're the same. Let's get to yours though. You have Keserato at 5. Why do you think
it was
he's
splitting
the
hairs. 5th
best player of the year? It's just still a bit crazy to me to get my head around that you have him 5th.
Comparing him to Shiro, performance against top 10, Keserato's 115, Shiro's 111. Rating in playoffs, Keserato is 114 actually, and Shiro is 112. Prestige events, 111 versus 110. This is where they are
Where'd
the
you get
same.
114?
Like prestige. That's what I got when I did my context link with all the MVP events.
Oh,
Playoffs.
MVP events, right? MVP event playoffs. Yes.
Yeah.
'Cause big event
114
playoffs
against
as well.
112. 114 against 112. It's comparable, but Keserato's still better. Prestige events and prestige playoffs, they both have a similar drop off. Both of them sucked in prestige playoffs. Both of them were kind of middling in prestige events overall, so group stages. Keserato was just that much better in my opinion, and that's. I think Keserato played a bigger part in Furia's runs than Shiro did in Spirits as well, in my opinion. Shiro does have one or two odd, like, nuts runs. He also just doesn't really contribute in some other events, while Keserato is, like, continually up there with Moldoy, in a way. I realize I am splitting hairs. Like, I realize I am... For me, this is very similar. I could have flipped the other way, but I decided to go this way. And Keserato is, yeah. I see your version as well. Like, I probably wouldn't put Keserato below the FaZe players, but I absolutely see your version where Moldoy is ahead. I see where Shiro's ahead. I see that. I just didn't swing that way this year, and yeah, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, I'm not loving it, but it's okay.
Shiro's prestige playoff rating is 0.01 lower than Keserato while playing more maps. Like, he's had on a better team. I cannot excuse having a point.
Holistically, better team. Is that our new approach with Coach of the Year, second
when
place,
they were
of the
in
year,
prestige playoffs?
4 top 25 players. Are we mad?
3 out of the
mad?
4 events that Shiro played prestige playoffs, Spirit were a better team than Furia. 100%.
My stars. Okay.
Oh, my stars.
Unjustifiable.
He,
I
0.98 in prestige playoffs is unjustifiable. The thing is, like I mentioned, I had this group of 4. Shiro's at the bottom. Keserato is second to last. You can probably guess who the other 2 are. This is basically flat out ranked by playoff rating, prestige events rating, top 10 rating, and prestige playoffs rating. That's how I have ordered these players. So then you can you can say, well, the opposition was here and there, and I see that. I think KSerato and Shiro comes down to a tie in my eyes, to be honest, more or less a tie, and I ended up swinging this way because KSerato, to me, felt better.
Yeah, man. I think, yeah. Shiro just needs. He just needed to farm against Pain better, against Astralis better. He needed a greater percentage of his playoff maps to be against bums. It's a shame. It's a damn shame. Okay. Well, better luck next year. Also, next year, hopefully, Shiro's quite clearly superior KPR will mean something, because the AWP will count as a gun again, and not apparently a free kill machine. Because, again, he was just better at fragging the entire way through every single setting and filter. But let's get into number 4. Because if we have
group stage is a lot more.
if we have the same 4, we have the same top 4. Is my assumption.
I'm pretty sure.
So my 4's m0NESY.
Correct. This is mine as well.
Yeah. m0NESY, fantastic. No prestige playoffs except that one disappointing loss that really annoyed me. Just annoyed the fuck out of me. But they lost that game. And his prestige numbers overall in pre-playoff situations are not that great. Like, they're not good enough. They're actually worse than Shiro's in every way. And worse than KSerato's, because KSerato's a rating monster in group stages. It's just that he was so fucking good in non-prestige playoffs and so fucking good in non-prestige groups.
Yes.
That he just has to be. He just has to be here. Like, he ends up below the top 3 because of the prestige stuff. But if not for that, he would obviously be 3rd. Just obviously be 3rd. He was that good. One of only 3 players with a 0.8 KPR for the year in big event playoffs, but also just in general. He was fantastic. I have to shout him out as much as I do have to diss him for that stuff, for the disappointing prestige performances. So damn good the rest of the year. Undeniable.
Yep. Like I said, this group is mostly ranked on the stats I mentioned. His playoff rating is 4th best out of the players I considered. Only 0.01 behind Twists, but he has almost 3 times as many maps. So there's a stark difference there. It is like a prestige events that keeps him behind the next player who we have on our list, which I assume is the same, where said player was significantly better at a significantly bigger sample size. But
yeah, it's
m0NESY.
zywoo. We have zywoo at 3. No, of course. Yeah. Of course we have Rops, major MVP in everyone else's eyes except HLTV. He was so damn good this year. Like, we talked about how once he integrates into Vitality, they're going to be really damn good. It took him one event. Took one event.
Well, yeah.
One series. One bad series in the Blast Bounty finals.
In Blast Bounty, and then he was like,
then
wait,
it just fucking fucked. It just fucked. Like, he has the benefit that a lot of other players will not, such as when he has a 0.62 KPR, he gets to a 0.57 DPR, and his rating's still nice, and they still win the event in Blast Open Lisbon. He gets that luxury that other players simply are not afforded. But at the same time, he still has several legit, if it on any other team, MVP runs. So hard to call him carried to the same extent that I would have implied with that last statement. He even is just consistent across the year as well. Even when they're not playing that well, he's still able to have mostly good events, mostly good performances. Big fan of this Rops year. Like, this is probably his best year. Like, I don't think there's many people arguing with that.
No, he's my 3 as well. He's I go back to this group of 4. He's top of that group of 4. His playoff rating overall is impressive. His stats overall are pretty impressive. I would have put him top 5 anyway, but then it is just that prestige. Like, he's 124 in 46 prestige maps, 127 in playoffs, which is insane. It is the only player even close to touching zywoo and donk in prestige playoffs. And
he's real close.
Compare that.
Like, he's real close.
Compare. So when I was comparing to m0NESY, KSerato, and Shiro, 2 players who fall off hard in prestige events and their playoffs, and 1 player who barely got there, of course Rops is going to go above. So yeah, that's my rationale. There's no argument here. Now, this is the big question, which we won't have answered from HLTV anyway until January 10th. And I'm not sure how they're going to go.
I genuinely think it's up in the air for HLTV. For us,
Yeah.
we've been pretty hardline on this. It's donk.
Yeah.
It's donk at 1
100%.
and zywoo at 2. There's just nothing to it. Like you can make all the cases you want. You can give him all the fake MVPs you want. I don't care. I'm not making my list based on your MVPs, HLTV. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever witnessed. And I thought 2024 could be considered the most ridiculous thing I'd ever witnessed. He was better. Like big events 2024 in playoffs. Donk is a 125 rating and a 0.86 KPR. There's a conversation to be had about number 1. This year, he's a 137, a 0.9 KPR, peaking at over a 1, I think, a 0.99 in big event playoffs. I think he has a 1.00 just entire event somewhere in KPR. He's just killing too many people. It's not allowed. Yeah, PG Lastana is a flat 1.0 across the event. Like, you just are not allowed to put that guy second. And zywoo, I've given him a lot of credit, and I, built that case that I tried to make on Overcommed when it comes to scalability and how you can allow zywoo to be like an anchor. Like he's okay with that. He can allow the rest of his team to be more active and surprise teams in ways you wouldn't otherwise. And he throws flashes, and he's like got this supportive element to his play that's really impressive, whilst also maintaining a pretty decent fragging rate at 0.84 for the year at big events. Playoffs, actually. It's still just, it's not close. It's not close in terms of the output. And to do what Donk has done should not be possible because he's maintained the similar playstyle. You know what's happening. He's still taking like 30-odd% opening attempts. And yet, he's winning the fights at a rate no one else can. So zywoo, number 2, fucking fantastic year. He's probably not going to cry about it too much. He's raked home like millions in prize money. He's got every title and MVP. He could pretty much retire tomorrow, and people would fight the GOAT case for him for the next 20 years. But I have Donk ahead of him.
Do you know something funny I have just looked up? Out of the 8 MVPs zywoo has won this year, the HLTV MVP awards, out of those 8, Spirit were not in attendance in 6 of them. But in the 6 of them that Spirit were in attendance, there's only one. In all of them, I will preface, in all of them, Donk is the highest rated EVP. There's only one of them where he also doesn't beat zywoo in outright rating. It is just the fact that in those events, Spirit were top 4, top 8, top 2, like in the grand final. And you could say, well, yeah, his rating would have gone down if he played in the grand final against zywoo. Maybe he would have lost even. But the fact that he has a 141 average in grand finals and most of zywoo's MVP awards are 130 rated across the event, I don't think so. I don't think he would move the needle. Donk, it is the best statistical year any player has ever had in the history of CSGO and CS2.
Yeah,
flat out, in my opinion.
It's better
absurd.
than, even with ridiculous sample sizes and like weird opposition, it's still just outright better in terms of raw fragging numbers than Get Right's 2012. Get Right's 2012 is incredible. It's a 0.9 KPR. It's almost 25% multi-kill rate. It's stupid, really. And Donk has done that.
Ridiculous.
Now. Like, he's done that now when people aren't transitioning into the game and he's just leagues above them. He's leagues above them without any other context. I mean, technically, there's no HLTV top 20 in 2012 because of the weird transition between 1.6 and Go. They chose not to do it. But Get Right's numbers in 2012, like just to demonstrate what we're talking about. He manages a 147 rating in 1.0. And he's actually a 0.95 KPR and a 26% multi-kill rate. Jesus Christ. He hasn't quite reached that. Never mind. I've misremembered the stats. Holy shit. But the sample size is minuscule, right? It's a minuscule sample size. And he plays, a decent number of maps against Very Games and ESC. Some of the first teams to transition, but everyone else is just randoms. And, everything's still settling into place and no one has any clue what's going on. So
Yeah,
it is a
super
very
weird.
different
It's,
energy. You know, he plays one best of one against Fnatic. What Fnatic existed in 2012. It's a very different landscape. So technically, there's still places to go. Donk, you've heard it first. Get Right 2012 is still ahead of you. You need an extra 0.02 KPR, an extra 1% multi-kill rate. Then you can have the best statistical year of all time. We could say best statistical calendar year, like full year, because Get Right didn't play one. But yeah.
Yeah.
It's still insane.
Yeah,
It's
he's doing
ridiculous.
it in 9 events where he won all of them because nobody else was. Despite what Fifth Lauren said this week, I think, where he said, "Oh, I wasn't doing that. They were playing as plumbers." And, yeah.
No, I hate that sort of opinion, but whatever.
Yeah, zywoo, like
The opinion that
excellent year.
plumbers is retarded, but it is.
Yeah.
It is a very different
joking,
scene in
but
terms of competitiveness. In terms of the transition was weird. Teams weren't optimized. Donk is not on the best team in the world, and he's delivering.
No.
So
yeah, just for that, he'll get it from me. But yeah, it's zywoo, excellent year. I don't know where HLTV are going to go. People have always accused them of being very trophy heavy. I think they stopped doing that, or at least they did it less in 2019. Because from that point, that's when we started to see players like Woxic manage to creep into the top 10 despite winning only the odd trophy after the major was already done. And before that point, we would see stuff like Glaive making top 10 for the sole reason that Astrolog.
Was he 10? Was he top 10?
I think he was 9th or 8th.
Oh, that was so egregious.
He was 8th. He was 8th in 2018, and it's like with a 113, which is.
It was egregious.
It might happen.
It was.
But they did win everything, and I think that's why. Because it's like they were just kind of trophy heavy, and they're like, yeah, but this guy won 6 more events than this other guy, so how can he be better? Well, in that sense, I'm not sure where they're gonna go, because zywoo, he has double the amount of trophies. He has better trophies than Spirit does. He has 2 majors. He has 2 major MVPs. He has more MVPs. But like I said, Donk performed better in basically every single one of those MVP awarding, like in those events where zywoo got an MVP. So where do they swing? How do they go? I genuinely don't know. And I'm going to be on the edge of my seat in Belgrade in a couple of weeks' time. So it's going to be really fun.
As will I. I will be waiting patiently to boo.
Will you boo the Frenchman?
Number 1. Like, boo.
Yeah.
Boo. Boo.
Oh, yeah. No, it's going to be close.
Yeah, okay. Let's get into Team of the Year. We're doing a top 5 again for this. Damn, we've reached the 4-hour mark. Let's get this done.
What? No. What the fuck?
We have reached the 4-hour mark. It's 4 hours and 1 minute now into the show. So my number 5, we're going to speed through the rest of the show. Jesus. My number 5 is Mongols.
Yeah. I think I had the same. Yeah. I had Team of the Year, number 5, Mongols.
I could have had Na'Vi. I consider Na'Vi strongly, but not enough. Just not enough over the course of the entire year. Then I have Mouse at number 4.
I agree. I considered Falcons, but no, I ended up going for Mouse.
Then I had Spirit at 3.
I had that as well. They peaked highly with a Cologne win, everything here and there, but yeah.
And then I have Fury at 2, Vitality at 1. Are we gonna?
Yeah, this is true.
Label a point.
Can we? I considered Falcons to move into the list just because of the strong points they had, but as a team, I consider them to be quite weak in the year as a whole, which is why I ended up not including them.
Yeah. Shall we? Given that we've hit the 4-hour mark for the first time.
We can say already now, if you're still here, you are our hero. But let's carry on with the show because we have.
No, I was about to suggest, let's end the show here, and next week we'll do Cock of the Year. We'll do our predictions post New Year's, and we'll do the Eternal Shuffle with everything else in there. Because holy crap, it's been too much.
It has been too much. Thank you for sticking it out with us. Is there? I closed chat because I got annoyed by Asylum. Has anybody been chatting the entire episode, such as Asylum?
There's a few who've been here.
Is he still here?
Of course he's still here. Let's see.
Damn. All right.
Yeah, Asylum's been here a long time.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're going to wrap it up there, guys. Thank you for tuning in. If you're listening to the VOD or watching the VOD, Thanks for making it this far. It's been over 4 hours. We're gonna go eat because we are both
Yeah.
starved. And then I'm also gonna, make another tea and relax and do other stuff. So yeah. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next Monday with the rest of Retake the Year, I guess. So yeah. Thanks. Bye bye.